Fridays. We're supposed to be on Twitch, but once again, Twitch is twitching. So we're here on YouTube. I'm going to send out an alert to let everybody know that we've moved to YouTube yet again 2 weeks in a row. And I'll wait for all of y'all to come in. All righty, hold on. Hey, baby, hey. I'm about to send out an alert to let everybody know we're over here. So y'all give me a second, please and thank you. Okay. Be right with y'all one moment. Thank you everybody for your patience. All righty. Almost done. Got to make sure everybody knows. And do this last one for IG. All righty. So I guess they just want me over here for now. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Nobody could hear me on Twitch. And the little bubbles, all the words are black and the bubbles are still black. I don't have any understanding why it's doing what it's doing. But hey, y'all, hey, I'm getting my voice back slowly but surely. Still a little scratchy, still a little froggy. Ooh, when I say y'all blew me up and woke me up this morning, I couldn't even get my eyes open without all of the they got them messages. Y'all made sure I knew. There goes the co-star, the siren. Y'all made sure I knew that Team Lemonhead, easy peasy lemon squeezy. They finally got him in Squoze's ass. So it's kind of disturbing. I was looking at some of the people's, chats. Shout out to Milagro. She put together a really, really, nice video. And I saw people talking about how this was a violation of his First Amendment. And if you're in my membership, then you already know that I was kind of confused because it's like, are these people just not getting civics classes or do they just not know what's going on? Like, he's not getting in trouble for his freedom of speech. He said, my shirt, this was his face when they got him. So, yeah, it wasn't his freedom of speech what got him in trouble. It was the threat to assembly in the church. It was the way that they went in and they blocked the parents from being able to even get to their children in Sunday school, and then the other children were crying and they accosted the church. He was with them when they planned it, according to his video. He knew where they were going before they got there. He went in with them. They asked for everyone to leave. He wouldn't leave. And it looked like they got another reporter, a lady. I don't know her name, but baby, they got her ass too. They said, we ain't gonna mess up down to the Grammys. Go ahead and finish the Grammys. We gonna wait till you get in, you take your shower, you tuck yourself in, you got that nice little glass of wine, or whatever your nighttime martini cocktail is, and no sooner you think you about to get your beauty rest, they come to his room. Oh my God. But I told y'all, yes, the nails are short. See, about time somebody sees it my way. These are my kitten nails. I told y'all, when that man threatened, or let me rephrase that. When that man antagonized, there we go. When he antagonized the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and told her, come and get me. Try and try and try and try and try again. I knew at that point he had never been to real jail. Mm-mm. I don't think he'd been to real jail. Because anybody been to real jail knows that you don't play with an official like that. He could be bonded out, but that doesn't mean he out of trouble, baby. See, listen, they'll let you get out so that you can go meet with your lawyer, get your affairs in order, and then you're going to have to go back before a grand jury. Mm-hmm. See, this is just the beginning. Someone says the name Only One Baby asked if you could please unblock her on YouTube. Baby, if you blocked on YouTube, I can't unblock you. And this is why I warn y'all about the things that you say. Because if YouTube blocks you, it ain't nothing I can do about it. So you have to be very careful about what you put in the chat. You want to cuss, misspell the words. Please misspell the words. Because I cannot go back and unblock you and help you get out of Facebook jail. Okay, you not one of my people and you telling somebody to shut up, you can go. Now, I blocked that one. That one I independently did. Yes, misspell the words as best you possibly can. Um, because I can't overwrite when YouTube blocks you. That's why we used to do Station Head, but then allegedly Pebble Nation bought Station Head, and I didn't want to be affiliated with Pebble Creek. So, oh Lord, I thought we were gonna really just really do this with Twitch, but Twitch is twitching again. You said you spell it like you dyslexic. Listen, thank you. I appreciate it. So you told me the last live that I was allowed to go live with you. Baby, I don't even know you. Who the hell are you? You not even on the right live. If you said I told you that you could go live with me, you are not here talking to me. We ain't said nothing about you going live with me. No, now, then, never, ever. Then, forward, backwards. I've never talked to you, baby. Let's not do that. Oh, you okay? Apology accepted. About to say, I ain't never told you that. Oh, oh. Okay. I guess, she said, you got your voice back. I want to work with you. It's back this much. Oh, oh man. Who say I need to see the latest Diddy docket? Oh Lord, I saw that new lawsuit and I told y'all that all the feds needed him to do was sit down and they were going to keep adding up charges. And they are. He's going to have so many charges, it's going to look like a ski slope trying to get down them. He's a perfect shirt for today. Hold on. I'm telling you, this was lemon drop. Like, what? You got me. Said they exposed Campbell and Diddy for being informants on X. I'm not surprised, not near damn bit. No, I'm not. Said someone earlier said Deseret was able to chew through the internet cables again. That's why we couldn't hear you on Twitch. You said you got this meme saved in your phone. Oh, now she. Oh, said is that Barbie from Robot Chicken? I believe so. I believe so. Fake laugh. You say what you want to. Shit, I'm able to make some audible sounds. Fake laugh, no laugh, I can talk. It's been a struggle. So I'm about to send you this picture of Deseret I saw today. Oh my gosh. Y'all, so listen. Remember, I told y'all that you were going to see multiple governors under investigation. Baby, it looked like the state of Maine is catching it because they just found out over the last year that I don't know if it's 43 million or 45 million was illegally obtained for autism treatment in the state of Maine, I believe through the Somalis. Um, of course, California going down for all types of fraud. They investigating everything. Um, Tim Walz says he's never, ever, ever in life running for any political seat ever again. The governor here in my state, in Michigan, Big Gretch, they said that there's some improprieties going on with the finances in her office. They were talking about it is employees that don't exist, and it's about 1,500 employees that don't exist, and they've been getting paid. I don't know how people that don't exist get paid. That's the rumor, allegedly. So it's a lot of governors right now who got their feet to the fire, and it looks like drain the swamp is an understatement, y'all. Understatement. Now, I already talked to my membership about this yesterday. Y'all, why are so many people misinformed about citizenship and Nikki? If Nikki was not already a citizen, she married a man that was a citizen. She didn't need to be naturalized after marrying a United States citizen. That's one. Okay. Two, all of these people claiming that she's trying to get her husband and her Brother pardon. President Trump cannot pardon her husband, nor can he pardon her brother because they are not Fed cases. The President of the United States cannot give a pardon for cases that are not federal cases. Those cases have to be pardoned on the state level by governors. Now, I may have been asleep half the time in class. Some of those classes I was kicked out, but I was still, an honor student, believe it or not. And I think I remember a few things from civics, econ, government, and social studies. I do. I remember at least six things. And it's crazy to me that these are the new parents who are helping their children with their homework and they don't know much. I was kicked out of class, Lily. They put me in detention and then I got kicked out of there too because they said I didn't take the detention experience serious. So I got sent out of detention with a letter that said I was a distraction to the detention experience and I was invited to never come back. Oh, Austin, what the hell you say? What you say? Angel was in the hallway facing the wall. No, I wasn't. I was in the hallway making money. I can't get in trouble for it now, so I could tell my business. I used to shoot dice in the tunnel, and I had a locker full of all types of things for sale. I always maximize my time. If I can't be in the class, I'm going to be in the hall making money. Baby, these hands with some dice, some CeeLo. I used to tear their ass up. Oh man. Listen, you say I'm hilarious. I could tell my shenanigans. I didn't get into too many fights, but when I did, they they were legendary. You said let me get some cigars and some Kool-Aid pickles. You said sound like your dad with his stories. Listen, me and your dad would have fun in school. Listen, Christina, my lockers, I may have had them. My lockers, I made money. Said breaking news, Jay-Z and Pusha. Oh, named victim in Epstein files. You predicted this 3 years ago. Didn't I tell y'all the closer Tory get to going home, the closer somebody was going to get to getting locked up and they were going to pass each other like two ships in the night? Tory's going to come out and somebody's going to be coming in. Baby, baby. Yes, we talk. I seen it before I came on here. So hold on, baby, baby, baby. So hold on. We gonna get off into some things. Had to make sure I checked everything first. We gonna get off into some things. Maybe it wasn't meant for me to be on Twitch. I don't know. Y'all see, I tried. I tried. I tried. I tried. So since Lick Hamel is over there allegedly with the Steens, possibly Weinstein, possibly Epstein. He knows all the Steens. Let's tap into some energy around Lick ML. We're going to tap into easy peasy lemon squeezy in a moment. He can get bailed out, but he's not done. Said Millie is reading it live on Station Head. Oh, baby. I gotta pull up on Millie one of these days and give her $20. Let's see, what deck do I want to use? Oh, no. I got another new deck I think I want to use. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Yes, here we go. I got his deck on the side of me. And I got this other deck I want to use. Hold on. Because I got him his own deck now. Wait a minute. So, yes, the news hit before Super Bowl. Ooh. So look, y'all. Y'all see these? We gonna tap into some things. We gonna tap into some things. All righty. I told y'all. February gonna come in. Baby, belts the asses. You know how you wrap that belt around your fist and the buckle? This how February coming in. Oh, baby. Come on. Look, his cards don't even want to come out. Even his cards don't want nothing to do with this. No, it's bad when he got his own set of cards and they had. Ooh-wee. Who you say angel do not miss? It's the angels that don't miss. I just got to make sure I listen and translate properly. Show me the energy around Lake Camel and the Epstein files. The Epstein files. Show me Camel and Epstein. Now I'm going to use this other deck for Epstein. Show me Camel. Nine of Wands, the Wounded Warrior, the High Priestess. Lord have mercy. High Priestess talks about high-level secrets. Secrets that were never supposed to be known. You speak secrets you have to have special clearance for. For everybody that was on my membership, I told y'all it was a reason why Hennessy Chandon said they wanted to sell Beyonce's, what is that, Sir Davis whiskey. They were only reporting on them getting rid of her liquor line in France. It has not made it to the United States yet. I showed y'all the news report last night in membership. I told y'all. I wanted to tap in because if they were talking about cutting her off, they knew what was about to drop and they wanted their hands completely out of the pot. Now look what's coming out. Wounded Warrior. So he's trying to play the victim. Hold on, let me cut my light on so I can look at my table better. Show me Camel. Show me Camel. Who Busby about to Lord have mercy. Somebody get Busby a new cigar. He about to lose it. Prince of Swords, about this message that just came out. Message came out fast. And see, they've been trying to prevent this. This is going to drag on. Knight of Pentacles. This is going to drag on. He's not going to be able to stop this from coming out. It's going to be more and more and more and more. Damn it. Somebody go back to the beginning of when I started tapping into Tori's energy on this channel. I told y'all it's going to be scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. This whole year going into next year is nothing but scandals for them. And it's going to keep on going and keep on going and keep on going. What is the scandal about? Oh, Lord. That's somebody being frisky, adult energy. What's the word we're using on YouTube this week? Smexual energy. Okay. And when did it come out? Ha, the star Aquarius season. Mm-hmm. They try to figure out how they can put this to rest, how they can get this out the way, but they can't. It's going to keep dragging and dragging and dragging. And you don't have the money you used to have. Allegedly, allegedly. So who you gonna pay to put this to rest? Baby, this above you now. Mm. The moon and the 9 of Swords. Baby, somebody shaking in their boots in secret. Scared, shitless, shaking in their boots in secret. 9 of Pentacles, money drying up. They not, like I said, they're not going to be able to stop this. This is going to drag and drag and drag and drag out. I might have to give them my special dice from high school. You know how to shoot dice? They can help you make you some money. 4, 5, 6. Cause baby, that's you gonna need something. What's going on with these investments too? Oh, so they saying you was heavily invested in this grown-up energy because it's that BDE energy. But why is it inflamed? Hmm. Are we gonna find out something about your health records, your My Chart? We'll find out. The Star and the 2 of Swords. Lord have mercy. And the 2 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, the soulmates. It's over for y'all in Aquarius season, the Star. Hey now, the dream is over. Yes, it's officially over. No backpedaling, no saving you. You can't come back out of this. Mm-mm. You can't come back out of this, baby. Fortune and the Fool. You was chasing the fortune and made a foolish decision. So don't tell me this got to do with some money. Don't tell me this got to do with some money. Didn't I say the key words will be shell companies, laundromats, and traffic? Y'all saw who Nikki was over there sitting with. Y'all saw when Nikki went on over there to Melania's premiere. Did you hear who she was sitting with at the premiere? Checkmate. Okay. Checkmate. You say Nikki look richer than the rich people. Clock it. Listen, she looked regal. She looked like an empress. She didn't look like a queen. Queens are ordinary. She didn't look like a queen. She gave empress. Now let's tap on into this Epstein energy. Show me the energy between you and Jay, allegedly. What's going on with Ep and Camel? Ep and Camel. She did look amazing. Oh, baby. Ace of Wands and the world. Ooh, Ace of Wands. Y'all see who this is with this wand? Please tell me y'all know who that was with the wand. That's right. That's right. Y'all know with Moses, when he walked to the other side, what happened when the army came behind him and God's people? When they made it to the other side and Pharaoh sent his people, these walls of water came down and destroyed them. And there's the end of the world right there. Now, if y'all know about the 7 lucky gods, okay? If y'all know about Lakshmi, if y'all know about Kali Ma, then you understand this right here. These are the gods that restore the balance and also come for war. Let my people go by any means necessary. Ace of Wands, hypersexual energy. I asked what was the energy between him and Epps. Okay? Hypersexual energy. That feels like you were very active in what was going on. Now, years ago, when they leaked the flight log of who went over there, he and his wife were on those logs, if y'all remember. There was a lot of pivotal, very, very important names that were on those logs. Some people only went once, some people kept going back. Now, the people who went once, I can give you a little, just a little grace because you might not have known what you were getting into and said, y'all won't get me back over here again. But if you went more than once, I ain't got nothing to say. Ace of Swords. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is coming out. Justice at the bottom of the deck. Y'all, this is about to get real nasty. And I want y'all to understand, you got to know what you're doing when you're dealing with the Gemini. All these people who were saying Trump won't let out the full Epstein files. The Democrats, oh, he won't let us see the full Epstein files. What is he hiding? He won't let us see the full Epstein files. Have y'all not figured Trump out yet? I don't think people figured him out yet. He made you beg for the demise of all of your idols. That way, when it hits the fan, you can't say nothing because you begged him, you threatened him, you said he hid it, and now it's coming out. And people are going to wish that they never got this information. Have people not understood yet that Trump is one of the biggest marketing gurus in the world? He is the most profitable troll we have ever met. Oh, thank you, gorgeous. God give it back to her tenfold. Say, may God continue to bless you. Oh, love you to life. And you sound so much better. Thank you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Baby, when I tell you, the first two cards out of Epstein, Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords, the truth is going to come out about very hypersexual activities, okay? Ooh, JPay, JPay, JPay. Page of Wands, trying to go in a different direction because there's a woman who's telling everything, Queen of Swords, and it looks like she's telling the truth because the Queen of Swords is in the upright. This woman is very, very detailed. Oh, Two of Pentacles. They're juggling with how they're going to move forward in this situation. They don't know what to do. Ace, oh Lord, Five of Cups. Public humiliation, scrutiny, regret, shame. Six of Cups. Your past coming back to haunt you. And we're in that pre-shadow period that's about to start with Mercury retrograde. Did somebody tap Mercury on the shoulder and say, we need you to come out the break room early? Because Lord have mercy. Mercury, you can finish your smoke break. Oh, the Strength card. Lord have mercy. The Strength card. God is getting involved. Also, we know Strength represents the Leo. We got some information that's going to be coming out about Tori that's going to really put the cherry on top right behind this. Oh, oh, yes, the Hermit. They're going to go and hide. They're going to run into seclusion. I told you they was about to take a family vacation. They should have already took one. The Emperor. Lord, the Emperor, they're going to find out that you're in control of a lot of these things that are going on. Now, Ep at the time would have been considered the Emperor, but there's a very pivotal, how do I say this? How do I say this? Let's say, hold on. Let's say if Ep is the Emperor, if Ep is the Emperor, Page of Cups. Y'all may not have talked often, but you may have been one of his what's the right wording? One of his, sergeants. One of his foot soldiers. Now, everything I'm saying is alleged for entertainment purposes, allegedly. But this looks like before Ep disappeared, you may have been one of his foot soldiers. Yes, one of his runners. And this is what's going to possibly allegedly come out is that you you were one of the little captains. You had your own territory allegedly. Yes, on the run in real life. Yes, yes, yes. King of Pentacles. This may be how you made your real money. So, not music, but possibly allegedly in traffic. Now, some of that traffic could have been allegedly. Other traffic could have been some of those things that may have possibly went through Wayfair. If you know, you know. Thank you, Daphne. Said maybe you should say Epstein files or salty files or something else to prevent issues with the video. Well, that's why I'm gonna call him Ep. We're gonna say what's in the Ep folder. Said the real question is, did Bay know? I don't see how she couldn't. Let's go back down memory lane where that football player who used to live with him said that he was hanging out with them and he had a drink that made him feel some type of way and he had to hurry up and get out of there. But before he left, they brought a bunch of little ones in real late at night and he couldn't understand where the little people came from. But he had to leave because he felt like something had possibly been put in his drink. So just imagine if he wasn't so quick-witted to get up and to leave, what type of compromising situation could he have been put in if whatever that was kicked in completely while the little people were in the room? There's no telling what type of pictures could have been taken, what type of videos could have been taken, and then all of that could have been used against him. Not too long after that, that man lost his career. He was ousted. And I think it was because he refused to be in these types of alleged activities. And they couldn't let him go back around certain people and talk about what may have allegedly been going on with those activities. So it was the 1-2. Oh, he's mental. He's this, he's that. Remember, he got put out the NFL. So how long y'all been pulling cords and strings and rugs from up under people through the NFL, allegedly? Judgment. So you got the judgment card here. And you got the Four of Pentacles. And y'all, it's like they've been watching for years. They've been watching for years. Then this feels like this operation with Ep may have been going on for at least 3.5 to 4 generations. So we're going to say maybe about 35 to 40 years. This could have been going on for at least 35 to 40 years. On Ep's side. So Six of Swords. Six of Swords is somebody separating themselves due to toxicity. King of Pentacles. So it seemed like once the block got hot, people started to back away from people so that they can kind of like, you know, keep their image and name clean. Ooh-wee. Wheel of Fortune and the Hierophant. Y'all, this goes way, way up. This goes way, way up. This is why folks couldn't get caught up. This is why folks had so much pull in the judicial system because it was so much money involved in this that they had to have high level jurisdiction involved, including judges. Including judges. So this probe into these judges is not just about misappropriating things in the court. It's about them being part of pipelines that help traffic flow freely. Y'all, the way Trump is about to shake this table. I know February, I said it. February is about to be crazy. But Lord have mercy. So you've got the Nine of Swords here, which is high anxiety for the King of Pentacles. Now, I know some of y'all are new to me, so you might not know anything about this. But to those of you who have been here with me, especially if you have been on my station head, do y'all remember when I walked it down and I told y'all how they could possibly catch up to Camel? And I told you that if I'm remotely in the right ballpark, if I'm almost right, they're going to prove illegal tender. And if they prove illegal tender, then they're going to literally seize everything. Expect full raids on all of the companies, all of the offices, all of the files, all of the clients, everything. This is big enough to do that. And I feel like this was already in the making, but it was going to take a little bit longer. This is Homeland Security, Interpol. And how did they get this type of clearance? He messed up trying to get that casino bid, and it put it right in the government's lap. Gave them everything they needed trying to get licensed to get a casino. Said, is espionage possible? Treason involved? You did say this has the propensity to go global. Yes. I just saw something about Armand got his order of protection with denied. Lord. Said, child, Beyonce doing a joint album with Chloe Bailey as we speak. Chloe, bitch, run. That woman ain't want to do nothing with you. You should know it's something wrong. You've been on the shelf so long, your dust got dust. Quit letting them play with you like that. Why do y'all think so small? Will Nikki's legacy be affected by aligning with the Republicans? That's some, listen, and baby, I want you to hear what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. That's some hood-minded shit. That's some hood-minded shit. When this plays out, and you see how all of these people are connected, and you see everything that they done to her and how they really terrorized her and the entire industry, you're going to see how smart she really was to align herself with people to where she could play chess and not be a pawn. Y'all better stop reading and watching only what you find on the Neighborhood Talk, Baller Alert, and these urban blogs. The majority of these old urban blogs are bought and paid for. They have a narrative that has already been given to them. If it's not ignorant people in the comments, it is comments that are put on those sites by bots. Start watching World News. Start watching the Associated Press. When you step outside of those urban blogs, you will see nobody is even thinking about Nikki in that way. The blogs outside of the urban blogs are all talking about how this is genius and Nikki's about to drop that album and that album is going to skyrocket. For every one person from the hood that say, I'm not dealing with her no more, I can't go no further, there's 100 from the other side that are lining up waiting to buy her album 20 times over just because. You got to step out of the hood mentality. Because if you keep believing what's engineered on the internet, not only are you not going to get too far in life, you're going to be surprised when you see how this really plays out, because you're going to be like, oh my God, how was all of this happening? It was in your face the whole time, but you couldn't see it because you only watched and you only listened to those sites who give you mind dribble. That woman's legacy is not going to fall apart over her signing up with Republicans. Why don't y'all ask that question about 50 Cent? 50 Cent been with Trump before he even ran for president. Has he lost any money? Watching his documentaries because he's with Trump? Did anybody get mad because Trump walked out playing many men? Not a single solitary soul. Y'all better stop watching people like Zach Campbell getting confused. Because what does Zach Campbell got to say now that this information came out with these EP documents? But he just said that she officially trashed. Is your idol trash? Because you're doing a whole lot of sucking for some people that might have been doing that to children. So, Zach, I want to hear what you got to say about this, because if you don't say that he's trash and what was he doing over there with them children, you better not speak on Onika Tanya ever again. Or at least get you some knee pads so you can be more comfortable. Because hands down, if you can talk about her, every last one of them that got to talk about her, calling her coons, clowns, sellouts, y'all better have y'all ass in front of these cameras to talk about your idol and what he was doing over there with Epony and them. What was he doing over there at Epilators Island? Okay? Inquiring minds would like to know. Be unilateral. You gonna drag her? Okay, you could drag her, but are you gonna drag them? That's the question. Because her deciding to be with Republicans is nowhere close on God's green earth to being over there with Epony in them. I'm just saying, if you gonna call it, call it. Oh, thank you. So thank you so much for all that you do, love, and appreciate you. Thank you so much for tons of advice and keeping me out with my channel. Yes, y'all go and support Tarot Destiny's new channel. She does criminal investigation readings for retro cases through Hollywood. Shout out to you. And that Sabrina Carpenter reading. That was dope. But y'all, seriously, is it tumbleweeds in the internet streets? Hold on, let's be nosy. Let me let me go look at the usual suspects. Oh, it says Le Camel is mentioned on page 95 for anybody that wants to go read it. He's mentioned on page 95. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I don't see nothing on the neighborhood talk yet. No, no, sure don't. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, they telling me stay up to date with current news and entertainment. Okay, you got me an advertisement. Um, I don't see nothing on Baller Alert yet. Sure don't. What is this? They got Don Lemon telling young journalists to be fearless, but I don't see him arrested on here yet. News is very slow today. Welcome to tarot class, Tanya. Thank you, Terry Ellis. So, Angel, you just paid a 10-minute diss track. Oh, hold on. Did they put some love on here? See, these little nails be messing with me, y'all. I'm trying to make sure I put some hearts on here. There we go. Thank you. Y'all, I'm still looking. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Who else got a site? Hold on. Uh Y'all give me some sites. Y'all give me some sites. Cause the news look kind of slow. Let's see what's over on TMZ. Mm-hmm. See what y'all got. Okay, so they made sure we knew Don Lemon was released from custody. Okay. Nothing about Epony's Island and the camel. Nothing. Nothing. Hmm. The Jasmine brand, thank you. First of all, let me spell it right. That would help. Mm-hmm. No, nothing over here either. Would you look at that? You said it's on the neighborhood talk. Hold on. Okay, new edition tour. Hold on. Jane Fonda, I usually agree with you, but not today. Bye. Mhm. Okay, so shout out to the neighborhood talk. Y'all the only ones so far out of the urban blogs. Mm-hmm. Would you say Ken Barbie? Well, why not? Let's see what he posting on. He usually talk about family business. See what Ken Barbie talking about. Himself. Okay. Nope. It's no. Nope. Not on there at all. So shout out to the neighborhood talk. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Milagro. You doing your big one, girl. You doing your big one. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Tory Lanez dropping the album for prison. He dropping the best music out, and he ain't even out yet. Pop bass. Okay, let's try them. They're usually pretty good. Not yet. Not yet. They ain't got it yet. So shout out to Neighborhood Talk. Neighborhood Talk for the win right now. So y'all, Hollywood Unlocked. This gonna be my last one. We gonna somebody got to be saying something. Jason Lee, I know he want to say something. He been itching to say something about the Carters. No, he got to be saying something. Yes, yes, Jason Lee said something. So Neighborhood Talk and Jason Lee and Milagro. Where the hell is everybody at? Okay, T with T. I expected T with T to post it. So those four. You mean to tell me everybody else is asleep tonight? I ain't even going on site, Lord. The Daily Mail, I expect them to cover it because that's over there in what's his name? Over there in the UK. Well, I can't even remember that man's name. Pierce Morgan Land. That's over in Pierce Morgan Land. Whoo wee. So 80% of the blogosphere is sleep. They either got cataracts, they're deaf, they're asleep. I don't know what's happening. You have what, four, maybe four and a half talking about this right now? This is crazy, y'all. Nobody want to touch the camel? Well, the camel. Lord, what did I call him? That's probably that's probably it too. 7 of Cups, y'all. Look at the caravan going across the desert trying to escape. Due to information that's attached to Knight of Wands energy. Yeah, everybody was so focused on Nikki, they missed the big story. So, ooh wee. Hold on now. Let's get back over here to the camel's energy. Y'all, tomorrow, I don't know what time, but tomorrow you're going to get the Pink Print Volume 2. And expect that one to be a long one. We're going to do Nikki. We're going to do the camel, the Pink Print versus the Blueprint Volume 2. Have your snacks, have your wine, roll up. It's coming out tomorrow. That one will be a long one. You said the cannibal. He probably is one of those too. I don't even know what it is, but he might be that. The sun. Baby, full exposure. The Hierophant. This is the highest court of the land. And that's God Himself. God is exposing Le Camel. Thank you. Said, thank you for opening our eyes to all the crazy things in this world. May God continue to guide and protect you. Thank you, wonderful. Many blessings to you and to everybody who's given me anything, whether it's a like, your time, your support, or the financial blessings. I ask that the Most High give it back to you tenfold. Lord, 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 Lord. So many people getting in trouble, they going to run out of paddy wagons. The Two of Cups and the Eight of Wands. Look like life is coming at the love bugs fast. Ace of Pentacles. Damn it. Listen, now how many times am I going to get this same confirmation? Your business and your main money, allegedly, comes out of what looks like exotic traffic. We'll say that. Exotic traffic. And this energy is going back and forth with Ebony. Princess of Pentacles. Oh, you like them young. The younger, the better. Get them in young. They can make you more money the younger they are. Allegedly. The Devil and the Lovers. So for those of y'all that ask, do she know? It looks like they're bound together in what looks like a very unholy matrimony. Allegedly. Hey, y'all giving me a mini series at this point. So you got the Emperor here. Wish fulfillment. So your wish fulfillment was to become like a capo, to be one of the top people. And this has been going on for a long time. But there's something wrong with the money now. Princess of Cups, Queen of Wands. So you barely talking to the I'm my apologies, y'all. Looks like somebody is barely talking to a person who is, considered the hot one of the deck because of things that they got going on right now. Mm-hmm. Because it's a lot of money on the line. Can't afford to talk to her right now. Why? It's affecting oh Lord, it's a tower for the whole family. Y'all, this is one of the most beautiful tower cards I've ever seen in my life. So, you know how they say the evil eye? It's really an angelic eye that's watching. And this angelic eye is shining a light on everything. And look at this. Everything down here is burning up from angelic fire. Everything under this eye is burning up under angelic fire. You said, what's the deck? This is the Millennial Thoth deck. It's on Amazon, My Home Away from Home. That's right, Jocelyn _ Queen. Literally, the eye of God, everything under his eye is burning up under angelic fire. And this is literally a tower for the whole entire family. Because of the choices that they've been making. Somebody wants to make an offer. Somebody wants to apologize now. Shout out to One Republic. It's too late to apologize. The Empress. So him and her both are out on the table. The Emperor and the Empress. And what's the... Oh, God. So, yeah, allegedly, they are both equal partners. It feels like they're both equal partners. And this is the real story behind how they really made their money, allegedly. Um, I think Rihanna did tell us the real story about what happened to her in that office. See, this is funny you said that. This is her. Pay attention to this bird that's behind her. That's a swan. Okay. Now, pages and knights are young. So you got a princess who would be in that knight age, which would be like someone that is like, teenage up to early 20s. And she's a water sign. You said Foxy Bird, right? So yeah, I feel like thanks to Tyra Banks, she did tell us what happened. She just didn't go off into the rest of the details about how they actually got her. And notice Tyra been really what we would think is out of it lately. Now, does it seem strange to y'all that all this stuff is coming out and all the people who kind of pointed in the right direction back then are either sick and in the hospital right now or appear to be on something and out of their mind? Is it just me? We've never seen Tyra the way she appears to be right now. Now, it could be by chance. I could be wrong, but I just think that the timing for all of this to be transpiring at the same time seems really, really strange to me when people might have to be called forward to possibly testify. Folks have disappeared, folks sick, folks are in the hospital, folks out of nowhere, hearts are, not the way that they used to be. People are strung out that don't seem to have ever been strung out before. All around the time when these people could be called to make statements. Yeah, Bruce Willis as well, poor baby. Well, Naomi's edge has been gone. Sheesh. Now you just being mean. So somebody said, what did Tyra expose? Tyra was the one that got Rihanna to admit on camera that Jay told her either she can sign that contract and walk out of that office on, I think it was what, the 26th floor or the 29th floor, or she can go out the window. Either way, it's out the window or you sign this contract and you can walk out the door. She asked her about that on camera and she admitted to it. And then Jay did an interview with someone on camera and he talked about it as well. So it's been documented on both sides, but it was Tyra that nudged her to admit to that on camera. You said what Foxy say, baby? Allegedly, Foxy siding with Nikki this week. She said, about time we get some intellectual, intelligent commentary. I said, girl, didn't you switch up on Nikki all last year? But I told y'all, if they don't give Foxy her Foxy checks, don't be surprised if Foxy start remembering shit. Okay? Don't be surprised if Foxy be like, oh my God, everything was so foggy. Now I remember so well. Princess of Pentacles. Y'all, Joanne about to start losing in all of her businesses. It looks like the government is going to come after her and her husband's businesses. So if they start freezing accounts, if they are not already frozen, do not be surprised. I told y'all when I saw that Shandon Hennessy was talking about selling her brand, and it's all across France. The entire French media is reporting this, but somehow, some way, they are keeping it out of the media in the United States. Now, I took a screenshot of the story, and I'm doing a deep dive on that this weekend as well. So that one and the Nikki and Jay ones possibly are both going to be up tomorrow. Y'all, it's about to get really, really crazy. Six of Pentacles, Knight of Swords. Y'all, this feels like they may have even tried to possibly pay people to either not report the narrative or to change how they report the narrative. Notice the Knight of Swords has not come out. So they can't stop this from coming to light. So if they could have allegedly sprinkled a little throughout the blogosphere to keep all the popular blogs that they could from talking about this, they cannot keep this out of the Associated Press. And eventually, those blogs are going to have to talk about it too. Yeah, I told y'all February is going to come in, kick in the door, waving the 4-4. Ooh. Yeah, real wines. They were trying to keep things quiet while they amass as many opportunities as they can and possibly already go abroad. Limit to communication. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't already leave. I would have been gone already if I was them. I don't care if I did buy swampland. Listen, I would have did just like they do in the bayou. Get you some stilts, build your house up on some stilts, and have somebody bring you a gondola or something and roll your boat gently to your porch. I would have been gone already. Queen of Pentacles. Oh my God. So she's trying to consider her options, whoever this earth sign is. And baby, Ace of Pentacles to the Knight of Wands. Y'all, y'all better get over there. Tell Chloe to run. Chloe, get your ass. Okay? Where's my belt? Where's the switch? Get your ass from away from them folks. You don't want no parts of this, Chloe. Going back to being cute and innocent. Because the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is coming out. Look at this. The high priestess is the truth. We're about to get some information on these people that is so high level that people noses are going to feel like they about to bleed trying to get up there to read all this information. Five of Wands. So this falls on top of the Princess of Cups. Like, Rihanna fought her way out as fast as she could. Also, we're going to find out some more details about what happened between her and Chris. Allegedly. Five of Cups. Nothing but shame, humiliation, and regret coming for this family. Nothing but shame, humiliation, and regret coming for this family. Heartbreak attached to this family. What's what's their slogan, y'all? Watching your life go down. Watching your life go down. Yeah, baby. Prince of Pentacles. Money slowing down in every direction. And these situations is about to drag. They're gonna drag out. They're gonna drag out. Baby, they dragging secrets from the lowest depths of the sea to the highest of the firmament. They are not escaping this exposure. Who remembers when I did that live last year that said Rico Suave's in Super Bowl? Who was here? Didn't I tell y'all expect Rico's around Super Bowl? I didn't know I was a year in advance. Rico Suave's in Super Bowl. Now that I look at the way I worded that, the Rico came before the Super Bowl. Y'all, sometimes I surprise myself. I really do. Five of Pentacles. This a surprise too. What Tasha K say? I ain't got it. They ain't either. Say Angel OMG. You were so right. I just saw the news on Twitter. Oh my G. OMG. Say I am new, but been watching since I found you. Well, welcome, baby. Keep coming. Welcome to the family. So remember one of them Beyonce dancers said that her niece got RP, yeah, and blasted her on Instagram. Baby, what any of them gonna say? Because it looked like they scrambling trying to consider the options, trying to figure out which way to go from here. Woo! Seven of Swords got caught red-handed. Couldn't even say it. Thank you, Rainbow Sun. Got caught red-handed. Seven of Swords is nothing but corruption, sneakiness, manipulation. And look whose hand is in the. Look at this, the universe. I want y'all to pay attention. It looked like somebody wasn't done. What is that wrapped around that lady? What is that wrapped around that lady, y'all? I want y'all to understand whose energy this is wrapped around that lady because it's coming with the universe. That's right. That's right. Snakes, benzitin, serpents. Miss Benny ain't through yet. Y'all got to understand, we're going off into the Chinese New Year and the beginning of the spiritual New Year, which is actually between February to March. Benny said, I'm dragging y'all all the way until we get to the year of the horse. I ain't done yet. And who does Benny protect? I know y'all know down in the chat. Who does she watch over? That's right. That's right. Nikki. She's a guardian over Nikki's bloodline. Look at how Nikki's coming out of one year going into the next, and look at them. She's coming as a universal judge. She's closing the cycle. Ten of Wands, a burden that the camel can't get from up under. Queen of Swords. Y'all look at this Queen of Swords. Not only is she coming in the spirit of truth, look at this man's head. What they say you do with the serpent? Cut the head and watch the body drop? She told her truth and took his head. Princess of Swords. More messages about to come out. More people coming forward to offer information. Ah, here she go. You listen, you can't make this up. Look at the card. Adjustment. And he's standing on a checkerboard floor. The truth is coming out. And you got to make an adjustment. Oh, somebody trying to escape. We're going to do that one more again. Princess of Wands. Remember, I said the princesses and the pages are young. They're trying to go in a new direction because it looks like some young folks being pulled in some very adult activity. You ain't gonna fight those accusations now, are you? Oh, where's Busby? I know Busby got to be kicking his feet like, yes! Ooh, you can't beat these allegations now. Now does that young lady look so crazy? Does what she say sound so far-fetched now? Miss Benny falls right on top of the Five of Cups. Public shame, regret, and humiliation. Said it's amazing how people think karma's a myth. Look, you can't make this up. What is that? Lust. Miss Benny brought you what? Public humiliation, regret, disgrace. Over what? Lust. Ooh. Yeah, Busby said the sun is a natural disinfectant. Listen, what I just tell y'all, this is the phallus, BDE energy. That is the tower. The eye of God is watching. Angelic fire is burning up everything. You can't escape this judgment. Lord have mercy. Four of Wands. This is literally got you scrambling. What are you going to do? Your stability is at stake here. And how you got your stability falls on top of a Seven of Swords. We're going to find out where your money really comes from. I bet you that documentary already queued up, baby. They just had to wait for the right time to drop it. Can't make it up. The Fool. Foolish decisions you made. There's the Tower. Higher God was watching you the whole time. And that's your Hangman. These high-level secrets you thought that you would never, ever, ever have to face. Can't keep nothing secret in the spirit realm. How do you hide from God? Impossible. Can't do it. And it's coming at you fast. Magnus at the bottom of the deck. Magnus deals with trying to put yourself in a higher position and exalt yourself above people and separate yourself from earthly judgment. Sunstar didn't call it, baby. He asked for it, and God gave him what he asked for. He asked for judgment. He called for judgment all the way up to the throne of God, and God answered him. And we're looking at the judgment play out right here for all these things that were done in secret, not a juggling, because the truth is coming out. Literally, the high priestess falls on top of the ace of swords. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's why you don't mess with the anointed. The anointed ain't got to ever touch you. All they got to do is talk to the Most High, Heavenly Father. You see what they done. You said vengeance is yours, so saith the Lord. Get them, please and thank you. Yeah, Queen of Cups. We gonna hear a lot more about Rihanna's story. See, they now you got a high priestess here, and you got a Queen of Cups. That's a literally a psychic and a medium right next to each other. You did for y'all that's been with me, I told y'all, in the time of their ending, it don't matter what spiritual advisor they go to. God only gave his message to the anointed, the ones he wanted to have the message. They got shut out in the light and the dark. There was nobody they could go to in the light or the dark that could tell them what was coming. Because the only people that could tell them what was coming was the ones that God was talking to. He limited the communication. Everybody didn't get to communication. I want y'all to pay attention to a lot of these people that say that they're readers. I tell you first, I am a seer before I'm a reader. These people that say that they're readers, and they can't come back and humble themselves and apologize when they don't get it right. And not only are they not getting it right, they are reading out of personal bias. They are reading out of idol worship. They're not reading the energy. They're telling you what they want to happen because they want to manifest this. That's not how that works. You have to read the energy as it is. You can lose your gift like that, completely shut out, and you can be punished. God gave me permission to read this energy. That's why I haven't missed yet, because God told me what he was about to do to these people. And it's up to him how long I'm able to give these messages, not me. Eight of Pentacles. Y'all, it's a lot of confusion around these people work and money and how they actually make money. It's going to get narrowed down, and we're going to find out what type of, I gotta say, alleged criminality they're actually in, and how the money comes in, and what makes what, and how much of that money was made from music, and how much of that money was made in traffic, if you catch what I'm saying, in laundromats. Thank you, Justice. So for personal readings, please email at angelkissestheoracle at gmail.com. $44 for a 30-minute reading, $88 for a 60-minute reading, $111 for an ancestral reading, and $250 for a criminal aid reading. Oh, we got 5 more people in membership. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to membership. You said thank you for this info. Thank you for being here. Well, baby, YouTube didn't notify you because we didn't know we were going to be here tonight. I was supposed to be on Twitch, but Twitch, once again, is twitching. So I'm here. This was a pop up. I'm starting to think maybe I should just come here on Friday regardless and do both of them simultaneously. And if Twitch finally act right, I'll just do both. Y'all want me here on Friday, let me know. Because apparently Twitch act like they don't want me. Art. Oh, art is interesting, y'all. Okay. And I'm a bend a corner with this one. A lot of people in traffic buy, ship, and sell art. And I'ma just leave it at that. Do with that as you will. Seven of Wands. So somebody being pompous, somebody trying to stand up for themselves. They trying to, stick their chest out. But baby, it's gonna be like back in the old days. You put that chest out and somebody gonna boom, cave it right on in. And that's what Donald Jaquavius Trump is doing right now. He walking around caving in chest. And everybody that mess with Onika is gonna get that chest caved in. Cause they like her over there. Oh, thank y'all. Talking about come over here on Fridays. So he always rapping about art. Interesting. You got the death card and lust. Crazy how you could lose everything from not being able to control your lust. And see, lust is not just about being carnal. You can lust after money. You can lust after power. You can lust after influence. You can lust after many things. Not being able to control your lust puts an end to everything. Being gluttonous. 3 of Cups. Celebrated too soon. But now they about to catch up with all the third party communication. They gonna find out who all been talking to who's been working with what, who's been doing whatever have you. And they can't keep it out the blogosphere forever. They were foolish to think so. Made a lot of impulsive moves. Thinking that you could walk away. Secrets wouldn't catch up. But now we about to find out all of these people who once collaborated with you are all walking away. Because they're going to make sure that their names don't come up with yours. If you've been with me for a minute, I told you, he's not getting deactivated from the brotherhood. He's getting deactivated from the fatherhood. That's way different. The fatherhood. We're talking allegedly 13 families. Snip, snip, snip. Hierophant, 6 of Wands. See, the Hierophant of this nation would be President Trump. He's on their ass like back pockets. He's moving fast. The Lovers. The Lovers also represents Gemini. He is a Gemini. He is a Gemini. Okay? Listen. How many people were here when I told y'all when the last president was in office that Jay-Z was going to go down when Donald Trump got in office? Who was here when I said that? We hadn't had the election yet. Okay, I see a me, I remember. And then Donald Trump won. I told y'all twice that Donald Trump was coming into office for a second term over the last few years. I remember the first time I said it, at least that I can remember, is I said that Shanquella Robinson would not get justice until Biden left office. It would be under Trump that the Cabo Six would finally get in trouble. That case is starting to move now. None of this would have happened with Kamala in office because Kamala was going to allegedly sweep things under that presidential rug. Now, all of a sudden, she's not running for governor of California. She's no longer trying to run for president. Why is everybody not running for governor, not running for mayor? Everybody just retiring this year? Oh, I'm not going to run for any more office, Tim Walz. Everybody just stepping down this year? Interesting. The Eon and the Nine of Pentacles. Y'all, they've been getting away with this for so long. For so long. Now they're singled out. Oh, it's a lot of high-powered people, period. Said Miss Angel been right on the money since day one. She may be early, but the story always unfolds exactly the way she stated. I can only give it to you the way God and the angels give it to me. Running scared, baby, is an understatement. Here it is, the Nine of Pentacles falling on top of the Eight of Pentacles. So we know the independent woman in this part is his wife. Now his wife is juggling. Now she's scrambling. Now she's trying to figure out what she's going to do. Five of Swords. They're going to try to say that it's conflict in communication. Oh my gosh, thank you. You blessed 5 more people with membership. Welcome to membership, y'all. So yeah, they're going to try to say it's conflict in communication. They're going to try to say that, people are twisting and bending narratives. But I want y'all to pay attention to how quiet they are right now. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Didn't I just do that update on Spiro and Spiral in part 2? And I said one of his female clients? Mercy. You said we got to get you to 10K. Ooh, from your lips to God's ears. Amen. I said it was going to be a female that was going to cause him an issue. Goodness gracious. Y'all ain't playing up there. I remember it used to take years for things that I would say to manifest. My sister said it. She called me the first 72. She was like, you say something in 72 hours, it didn't happen already. The confirmations don't make it through the week at this point. Ooh, baby. Lust and the Three of Pentacles. We're going to find out who the epicenter of this operation is and how it really works. And this is why folks in politics are afraid of Trump. They're scared because Trump is exposing everybody. They have to remember he's not a career politician. He's a businessman. He don't need politics to be wealthy. He don't need to be friends with none of these people when he leave office. Not a one. And I saw that comment. Somebody said the Democrats are going out sad. Baby, it's about to be a lot of people. So I want y'all to remember the Democratic Party dragging Nikki's husband, talking about he's an SA offender. Let's see how many SA offenders we find out are over on that side. Because if y'all could talk about her husband, then we can talk about all of y'all. This is that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Because it's more criminals that work in law enforcement and government than anywhere else, unfortunately, allegedly. Yeah, we about to find out who all's working together. Because people, ooh, the snitch Olympics, people about to start offering up information so that they can take offers. Everybody's going to try to listen. Give me my slap on the wrist. I'll just retire. I'll wear an ankle monitor for 6 months and stay out of the way. I'll give you whatever you need. I'm old. Don't take me. So we going on a shutdown at midnight. America is going on a shutdown that y'all don't expect, and it's bigger than just at midnight. The corporation of the United States of America, for which it stands, is pretty much running out of business. We're watching a going out of business sale, the government edition. We're watching an empire fall. See, y'all know when people thought that the Roman Empire was going to last forever, it was one of the biggest empires in the world, and then it fell and it never rose again. The Ming Dynasty, one of the biggest dynasties in the world, and then it came to an end. We're looking at the end of an era as this country as we know it. All truth must come out for the real nation to stand. Said you want to know who did America make this contract with that's expiring? That's a damn good question. But I guarantee you, they work for someone that smells like sulfur, and that contract is up. And we're at the end of that contract. You talking about Trump is terrible, baby, but Trump ain't the reason why this country is falling apart. See, you missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture is everything in this country is built on lies, blood, stolen land. You can't go into the age of truth and awakening without the full truth and nothing but the truth coming out about this land. I'm trying to be polite to you. You talking about America isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The land is not getting up going anywhere, but the paperwork, that is behind the country, because the country is a corporation. The corporation is going out of business. The corporation, as you know it, is expiring. It's about to be under new management. No, Americans don't already know the truth, and you definitely are one that's not informed enough yet, sweetheart. Not enough, not yet. Americans don't know the truth. What was the name of this land before it was America? Who did this land belong to before somebody signed a treaty? These aren't conspiracy theories. This is the truth coming out. Who are the actual people that this land belongs to? What were they called? All of these things are about to actually come out. The truth has to come out. Babylon is falling. You're one of those people that will go and take the bricks from the broken wall and try to rebuild the prison that they put you in the first place because you don't want knowledge. So if you want to stay on the plantation, that's fine. I ain't going to stay on there with you, though. Literally taught in middle school. From what books? Were they the same books of the people who actually just were exposed for rewriting the school books so that the actual knowledge wasn't in them? And saying that you taught in middle school doesn't say anything, because I bet you taught from workbooks the same thing every single day. But how much did you actually go to learn in higher knowledge above that? I bet you didn't, because what you learn in middle school pales in comparison what you learn at the collegiate level. And then once you get at the collegiate level, it pales in comparison again when you get off into learning how to read books that were transcribed and learning different languages. And let's not talk about the fact that the school districts have not been teaching anything in the last 30, 40 years that is up to par for any country that is a superpower when it comes to intellectual prowess. The American schools are behind by far. They're taking all types of critical knowledge out of the schools every year, removing them because they claim they don't have the funding. So if you claim that you know what you know and that's all you know and you were a teacher, you scare me, because that means you practically didn't teach nobody shit. You regurgitated what was in workbooks, but you didn't open and expand your own mind to get those children to think so that they could read not just what was in that textbook in class, but they could go into the libraries and they could start actually researching and learning things and challenging the knowledge outside of what the school district teaches them, because the schools only prepare these children for a school to prison pipeline. They do not prepare them to go off and to work in offices in Fortune 500 companies. At best, the most you can do is go work at Amazon. You never said you were a teacher. You said you taught middle school. So what are you saying? That means you're a liar, because you just said you taught middle school. So who are you teaching in middle school? You thought you were talking fast and I was reading or listening slow, sweetheart. I'm intelligent. You got to try that with somebody else. I love to read. I love to learn. We come on here and we learn and we teach each other every week. So, see, you haven't learned enough to be in this chat communicating with me that much. I need you to go find a book that has less pictures and no crayons and then come back. You said you learned this in middle school. That means you stopped learning in middle school. It's time for you to step your cookies up. You didn't learn enough. You didn't learn enough. They barely taught you anything, sweetheart. No, I didn't read too fast. You thought that you got down on that one. You thought you ate. There was nothing but crumbs on the plate. Come back when your plate is fully fixed. You one of those that failed summer school about 6, 7 times. But then you want to talk about conspiracy theories when half of what we're talking about has already been proven. Reading is fun to mental. There's dust up here. I need you to handle that. Let me help you go somewhere that's easier for you to comprehend. Outside, talking about spreading conspiracy theories when your ass barely learned how to spell conspiracy. Now you can stay out and don't come back. Why are you here on the tarot page anyway? Now, am I crazy? Did that person say that they taught that in middle school? You taught that in middle school? And then when I call you on it, I didn't say I was a teacher. So what were you? Because obviously you didn't learn nothing since middle school. But y'all, let's keep going. That probably was Camel, okay? And Camel, if that was you, I already told you what was happening to you about 3, 4 years ago. Lord, it better not be Horsey. I done told her to stay out of court too. Yeah, now we realize it's offers that should have been turned down. You should have refused. And because you didn't refuse this offer, they're coming for you. The Chariot. I, y'all, please excuse me. I just hate a smart dummy. You got to be one or the other. So this person, Le Camel, is trying to consider his options or what he's going to do. Not Belkazon. Y'all are crazy. It's too late for offers. What you say? Super conscious, babe. Like I just got my voice back. If you don't get your dumb ass out of here. Oh, now Belka tears. Is that you? Don't y'all get my sister started. I still can't believe she said that. I was like, where did you get that from? So y'all, this man is so pompous and he's so arrogant, but he finally met someone that is arrogant and can back it up, and that's the president. And the president already is wealthy, so corrupt him how? He don't need nothing from you. Ooh, Lord. Nothing but heartaches, y'all. Nothing but heartaches coming because your past has come back to hunt you. Six of Cups. Yep, here it is. Your past. Past has come back to hunt you. You took a leap of faith, jumped off the porch, and broke your ankles. Ace of Cups. Four of Pentacles. All because you love the dough. It was all about wealth, generational wealth. Y'all, this even looks like trying to build a kingdom out of wealth. Stubborn. But now they're getting real antsy, getting scared, considering their options. And this is where people mess up because they keep trying to figure out, when you get scared, you start making snap decisions. So I'm not gonna go no further with this because I'm gonna go as deep as I possibly can with the pink print versus the blueprint part 2. So y'all, please expect that one to be a long one. Lord. Now, speaking of conspiracy theories, people have in the last, I want to say the last week and a half, I've seen conspiracies of where people are alleging. Would you say you just noticed my shirt? People are alleging that Epstein did not perish in that cell, that he may have allegedly been carted off somewhere and had reconstructive surgery. You said you need this shirt. Oh my gosh. Is there any truth to that? Is that just internet hoax? Is that someone being hopeful? And just imagine, Ghislaine Maxwell just got out. Wonder what she told. Page of Cups, Five of Swords. Y'all, conflict and communication about messages received. Hold on. Three of Wands. So this feels like there was some kind of communication, some kind of message, or maybe a last call before somebody may have been transferred. Queen of Wands, there's a woman of interest, okay? There's a woman involved, someone he may have talked to, a fleeting message or a short message before he may have been transferred. There's another woman at the bottom of the bottom of the deck, y'all. Y'all, something ain't clean in the milk here. Something ain't clean in the milk here. Oh. Y'all, we got Temperance here and the Hangman. Somebody was waiting, didn't know which way to go. Now, y'all, We understand this is a crucifixion. We remember how they said they found him, right? We remember how they said they found him. But if this is how they found him, how did he get balanced through a new beginning? That would mean a resurrection of some kind. Nine of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. Y'all, Nine of Pentacles to the King of Pentacles. Whoever this woman he talked to is someone who can be considered self-made, but it feels like she became self-made because of him. Like he may have financed her at a certain point of time. Six of Wands, y'all, Six of Wands. This is somebody moving through victoriously, getting a Seven of Wands, Six of Wands. Some Now it's interesting. I just got heckled about conspiracy theories, and I'm looking at a conspiracy theory, and it looks like this conspiracy theory, excuse me, may have a little meat on the bones. The Emperor and the Strength. Y'all, who was in office when Epulator apparently who was in office? So I'm seeing 44. 44? 44 is Obama. Let me see something. Y'all, I think it was Obama. Hold on. Let's see what Miss Google say. Said it was Biden. Okay, so Trump was in office. It happened August the 10th, allegedly. Hmm. Said guards claim to have found Epiney unresponsive in his cell at 6:30 a.m. at the Metropolitan Correction Center in New York, hanging off the side of his cell's bed, where he was awaiting trial on SA charges. We'll say trafficking. The prison guards reportedly performed CPR. He was transported in cardiac arrest to the New York Downtown Hospital and pronounced dead at 6:39 a.m. Justice Department Inspector General ruled that Epiney's death was by self-unaliving by hanging. His lawyer challenged the medical examiner's conclusion and opened their own investigation, hiring pathologist Michael Baden. Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. So hold on. They said that the warden ended up being removed from the prison and indictments came down on the guards on duty. I never knew that. They arrested Michael Thomas and Tova Noel. So they arrested the guards in question and fired the warden. Since y'all said this happened on your watch, we're going to get rid of you. I never knew this part. Jay-Z just deleted his Instagram. Smoke in the city. Y'all, I did not know that they did a full sweep on the prison and fired the warden and indicted the guards. Attorney General William Barr describes Epolator's death as a perfect storm of screw-ups. Both the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Justice Inspector General conducted investigations into the circumstances around his death. The guards on duty were later charged with multiple counts of falsification. Many public figures accused the Federal Bureau of Prisons of negligence. Several lawmakers called for reforms to the federal prison system. In response, Barr removed the bureau's director. Wow. Another associate, Jean-Luc Brunel, was arrested by French authorities in 2020 and later died by self-unaliving as well. The malfunctions of the two cameras in front of his cell and his claims to have compromising information about powerful figures with his death generated speculations and conspiracy theories. Wow, wow, wow. That's nuts. That is nuts. It definitely sounds like a setup to me because who would have known to cut those two cameras off around that time, allegedly? They just happened to not work around that time. I wonder if they dig him up, would they find him or would they find another body? Because there's plenty of things they can do to slow down the pulse and till it's so slow that it can't be registered and then come back and get you later. Just a theory. But y'all, this is who. Let me get out of this. I'm literally hearing a helicopter. There's a helicopter over the house. They ain't looking for me though. I don't know if y'all can hear that. That sounds low. Ooh-wee. Say I just checked. They're going in on Camel's comments on IG. Said that helicopter was bringing them back to America to testify. Ooh, y'all. Let's look at what's going on with Donetta Lemonhead. Now that he's been released, what's to come with Donetta Lemonhead? Why did you tell Pam Bondi to take you through there? Why did you do that? Why did you tell her keep on trying and keep on trying and keep on trying and try again? Why would you tell the federal government? The Empress and the Four of Pentacles. Y'all, Pam Bondi is very firm in her position. She comes out as the Empress, Four of Pentacles. She's set. I mean, dead set, stubborn, even fixed on coming for him because it was like he was flat. You know, he had this red cape in front of a bull. Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, she's heavily invested. There it is. Ace of Wands. Baby, she's about to be very thorough and aggressive. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Four of Wands. Lord, Queen of Wands. So she's looking at, you know, she wants to make sure that her building blocks are in the right place with this case because they don't want people to be confused when it comes to the public persona and him as a newscaster, a news reporter versus whatever involvement he may have had. So they're going to be very, very, very particular in finding out what his steps were that whole day. They're going to retrace every single step he made, all of his correspondence, text messages, phone calls. They're going to see where his phone pings with the people who they already arrested. Lord, King of Swords, the devil. You don't want to see this. King of Swords, high level government, the devil. They're fixed on him, obsessed even with him now. You could possibly see 3 different bureaus working together on this case. I told y'all he was putting his energy in the wrong place and space. He was so worried about Nikki that he didn't see the bigger picture. It was way, way bigger than the pink lady. So now he feels ostracized. He feels alone. Wait a minute, y'all. I had to look a little closer. I was about to say, that was lemons he walking past. I was tripping. So yeah, they're gonna dig into his past. Please, please, please know that things from his past are going to resurface in the public. What happened to the DJ? Page of Cups, these are, y'all, these are messages like text messages, DMs, any messages he had going back and forth with these people, any like group texts, all of that. They're not just going to look at the texts for that day. They're going to look at all the texts that he may have in relation to these people to see how long he's been corresponding with them and to see how far back he may have went in the planning stages. Wow. Condolences to his family. The Emperor and the Four of Swords. Lord. So, I mean, he has a lawyer that's working as hard as possible to, poke holes in the government story to lay this to rest. But it looks like the government wants this more than his lawyer. I hope your baby won the basketball game tonight. Yeah, Six of Swords and Queen of Cups. Yeah, we're going to hear more from the parishioners at the church who talked about how they wanted to just escape a toxic, chaotic situation and how aggressive they were. Expect to hear more from that pastor or parishioners that want to sue. So he's definitely not out the water. His legal problems have just started. Said he hired Letitia James, lawyer from Abbey Lowe. Yeah, I'm familiar. That's why I said what happened. Swisher has lost a couple greats. So the Fool and the Two of Swords. He's trying to take a leap of faith to do whatever he has to do to end this situation, bring it to a rest. But like I said, it don't look like him and his lawyers wanted more than Pam Bondi and her constituents. Oh wow, that's sad. Two of Pentacles. So he's juggling on how to move forward, but it's like him and his lawyer, they're going to give it a strong try. They are. They're going to come through aggressively. Show me law enforcement. Nine of Wands, the Wounded Warrior. This is going to be a drawn out battle. This is going to be a drawn out battle. This is not going to be easy because the government is trying to figure out what all they're going to charge him for. And if they can't get him for anything else, they will get him for some type of conspiracy charge. If they can't nail him for anything else, they're going to go with conspiring to commit a conspiracy, something in that realm. And conspiracy charges are nothing to laugh about. They're nothing to take lightly because you can get 25 years easy, 20 to 25 years easy with conspiracy. And he's 60 years old. I know good and damn well he don't want a 20 piece, a federal 20 piece at that at 60 years old. Fed time is all 12 months. State years are 9 months. Ain't no good behavior with nothing like this. King of Pentacles. So, it's like right now he's trying to maneuver as best he can, relying on the relationship with him and his husband. Miss Ladon, oh my God. King of Cups. So they've told him, stay out the way, keep your mouth shut. So his lawyer, I got to say allegedly, she's advising him not to speak on the case at all, not to be flagrant towards the government anymore. No matter how deeply you feel, keep your mouth shut, remain silent, say absolutely nothing more. Don't say anything else about this case, period. And you're right. Where's that comment? Said, that's really disturbing. You have rights, but you can't put others in danger while expressing them. Right. Not only that, certain places are protected federally. So, people forget that churches are 501c3, which means they are government entities, even though there's supposed to be a separation from church and state. So, with that being said, and that FACE Act, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the FACE Act is the act for the Ku Klux Klan because of the things that they used to do in Black churches. So for people of color, especially Black folk, to face that type of charge is wild. You know good and well why he ain't walking a mile. They would have whooped his ass in Allah's name. You know who would have had what? Who was gonna come and save him or scrape him up from off of the prayer rug? You ain't going in no mosque doing no such thing. Muslims do not play those types of games. We would just start hearing about how they strung him up outside on the wall with a note that says, "Come get the infidel." You not about to play those types of games in a mosque? Ooh, Lord. The thought of it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, ma'am, no, sir. And I respect them for that. You're not gonna come in their house of worship and do nothing. You better not sneeze and mess up the prayer. Come in there and do what? And you a non-Muslim? Ooh, it ain't an angel or a jinn that can help you. You go in that mosque and play the fool if you want to. And the synagogues, depending on where you're at, got tunnels up under them. You might get found in a tunnel 50 years from now. You go in there and cut up. He knew where he was at, that he could feel safe doing the most. They just didn't think it would go this far. Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, so Queen of Pentacles to the Page of Cups feels like that could be the organizer, okay? And they're going to go off into communications with his personal communications between him and the organizer to see what all they've been talking about. And oh, baby, it's a lot. Six of Cups. They've known each other for a very long time. So it seems like they're going to go over all of their correspondence since they met with a very fine tooth comb. And here comes the judgment. High priest. They're going to find things in that correspondence that definitely are not known to the public. And I don't know what type of razzle dazzle his lawyer is going to do, but this looks very dire. This looks very, very dire. This looks like this is going to go down in history, and he could be on the wrong side big time. So, as they should, stay out of sacred places with that nonsense. I agree. All of them, everybody's body of worship. Do not go rushing into anybody's body of worship, accosting people, messing with people, threatening people, yelling at people. Stay out of all holy places with that foolishness. And if they beat you in Jesus' name, amen. Because I know a couple of Baptist churches they wouldn't have made it out of either. So, him running his mouth being argumentative definitely got him in trouble. And it feels like it, sped up the process when he talking about try again, come and get me again. He's going to say that he was misunderstood. His statements were misconstrued. But baby, two of cups in the tower. It feels very much like you colluded. It feels like it. And this is going to affect the umbrella people, Ten of Cups, people that, they're going to find out they communicated way more, way closer than what was described. Like you talk to these people like family. Said the pastor was white. Go to one of those white Pentecostal churches where they Holy Ghost dance. I bet you them Holy Ghost dancing white people got hands and feet. He just went to a peaceful assembly. That's all that was. He went to one of those non-denomination pretty pastor in Christ churches. They picked the church that they went to very, very, very safely. Okay? They knew that that was a church that was going to be very, very meek and mild and peaceful. Certain types of churches they were not going to try because on the Lord's day, they would not have spared the rod or the lemon. So he's gonna, he's like, listen, I was standing up for myself. I was defending myself. What I was doing was supposed to be trying to help heal, the community. I don't even feel good saying that. Said, nah, my church got that Peter, I wish I would spirit. Listen, I'm telling you, as I said, they picked this church because they knew it was going to be a easygoing, calm place of worship. They were not going to certain types of assemblies because those what would Jesus do churches that believe in the Levitical Jesus, where he was slapping folks in church, okay, they were not going to go to those types of churches. They weren't going to go to Kojic. They weren't going to go to Baptist. They weren't going to go to Pentecostal. They weren't going to go to any of those churches that had those revivals where they do the snakes. They weren't going to none of those that they thought were fanatical because ain't no telling how they would have got yoked up and choked up. Really, they shouldn't have went to nobody's church with that foolishness. Right, lock the doors. They weren't going to lock the doors. Cause some of these, I ain't gonna say what church is close to my house that had an incident where the pastor and the deacon got into it and one had a knife and the other one had a pistol during Sunday service, but this really happened. I promise y'all on everything. This really happened. Pastor had a pistol. Deacon had a knife. And they was about to get it on the floor in front of everybody in church. And now the new pastor of that such said church has a name. I promise you, y'all wouldn't believe me if I told you. The current pastor's name is a very popular name of a rapper, producer, and entertainer from the 2000s. Currently, right now. I can't make it up. Yes, the pastor had a pistol in church. Yes, he did. The deacon had his knife in church. Now that's a church I know they wouldn't have walked in there with that. No, no, no. I said popular producer, rapper, and entertainer. Southern. Okay, Southern. Okay. Southern. Y'all naming all northern people. I said Southern. Said I believe in peace. Peace is, baby, and peace would have been still. He said Benny Boom. Not Pastor Troy. That's a good one though. I knew y'all wasn't gonna guess it. I knew y'all wasn't gonna guess it. I'ma just tell y'all. The pastor, the current pastor of the church, name is Little John. I can't make this up. Asha, you said it as I was saying it. His name is Pastor Little John. I cannot make this up. Now, I told y'all the pastor name. I ain't gonna say the name of the church, but it's a real church. It's a real story, and I bet you won't go in there and start no trouble. I bet you won't. Bet you won't. I'd love to see it. He said, "Who said Paul Wall?" Well, I mean that was Southern, cause they was about to go from the windows to the walls up in there that day. So y'all, we got the Eight of Pentacles and we got the High Priestess. Lots of high level secrets are about to come out connected to him and his work. They're going to find out how deeply invested he was actually in this situation. They're going to find out if he invested any money, if he was paid any money. Y'all, they digging deep. They're going to find out if he's been involved in other things or knew about other plans of other things like this. So now I'm gonna be doing the Little John ad libs for the next 48 hours. Listen, it's not my fault. One of these days I might post a picture so that you can so you can see on IG what church it is. I ain't gonna leave it up for long. Listen, MC Hammer was a pastor and Stanley was a gangster. He was not to be played with. He was definitely one of the 12 disciples the long way. Not the okay. Yeah. Y'all cutting up to the cups. Yeah, they're gonna want to know more about him and his family. Oh Lord, he about to feel betrayed, Ten of Swords, because people that he considered family are not going to support him the way that he thought they were going to support him. I'm not reading all these ad libs. They're not going to support him the way that he thinks they're supposed to support him due to being afraid of how things actually turned out. So imagine if the deacon was named Youngblood. I'm done. Oh my God. I would be absolutely no good. That would be just as bad as the Catholic Church that printed out Tupac Hail Mary for Mass. Could you imagine being in church reading Hail Mary? Like, wait a minute. Come with me, Hail Mary. Run quick, see, Sister Agnes. That mass was lit. They in there reciting Tupac. Oh God. They printed it out and actually passed it out in mass too, y'all. Nine of Cups. Yeah. The wish fulfillment of okay, so yeah, it looks like they're gonna find correspondence about the wish fulfillment of the lady who may have organized this. Like him and her could have been going back and forth talking about what she wanted to do, how she wanted to do it, and how things were gonna be executed. I can't take it. Hold on. I know I sent this to somebody before. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me see if I got it. I found it. Don't say I ain't never showed y'all nothing. Hold on. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna stop being petty a little bit. Oh, oh, told y'all it was a real place. Oh, so we got lots of regrets. He got lots of regrets, shame about his decision. So y'all, it's finally starting to set in. What they say, experience is the best teacher. Uh-oh. Said although they are not spelled the same way, but the woman's last name is Bondi and he never, hold on. He's never been married with children, Peggy. What'd you say? Little John in the East Side Choir. So Queen of Swords and the Queen of Wands. Now we know who the Queen of Wands is that he was dealing with, and the Queen of Swords. Y'all, he just not gonna have a good day at all. None of February. And it's funny because y'all, doggone it, he didn't know how Onika was aligned with the president. So to see how she's aligned with the president, and then they come and get you all in the same week, because literally the president's energy is all over the King of Swords because he is an air sign Gemini and he represents law enforcement. Nine of Wands, the wounded warrior. So you wounded his pride, but he didn't let you see that. Like he was like, "How dare you, come for me?" But High Priestess, like it was. How was he oblivious up until Nikki walked out with the president? It's almost like he was oblivious. It didn't hit him until she walked out with him hand in hand. Where has he been? Where has he been? Like, this isn't the first time that she's been invited to anything with the RNC. Lord have mercy. Like, I mean, this really is like, I didn't know. Right. That said a blind man could have seen that coming. Lord have mercy. Y'all, let's go off into Jimmy Kimmel's energy. Wasn't he the one that was talking crazy? I want to make sure I get the Jimmys right. It's two nighttime Jimmys. Wasn't it Jimmy Kimmel? Thank you. I want to make sure I had my Jimmys right. Show me the energy around Jimmy Kimmel now that he came for Nikki and the president. He pretty much called her a concubine. He called her a beta kitten and a concubine. Said it was Kimmel and Fallon. I didn't hear anything from Fallon. Kimmel, what I heard was really abrasive, and it didn't feel like comedy. It felt more like he was talking under her clothes. Didn't Jimmy Kimmel do blackface? I haven't seen that. I don't know about that. He's supposed to be signed by NBC, but will NBC pick him up after this is the question. Show me Kimmel. 10 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles. So he's making a lot of money from this job, but show me why the money card came out first. The Fool, the Two of Swords, the Two of Cups. Baby, he's going to regret this. So the Two of Cups, he, like I said, he tried to talk about her being one of his beta kittens, being one of his, concubines. Two of Swords. This may be the end of his career as he knows it. It will definitely be resurfaced, reshaped for the Fool, because he once again jumped off the porch, made a foolish decision, didn't think this all the way through. See, I was praying you came online. Are you the reason Twitch keep twitching? Because that's why we're here tonight. The Hierophant. Baby, there go the president. The sun. Look at Jimmy. You got the sun shining down on you. It's beaming on you. That's a bullseye. Have they paid attention to who our president actually is, how he moves? I don't think so. You said maybe. Page of Cups. He's going to want to issue an apology because it's like now they're juggling, they're scrambling, they're not going to know what to do. Hmm. Now, I've met the executive producer of his show eons ago, y'all, and I want to say 2006 when they came here for the Super Bowl. That man is definitely going to make him say something because this is the president. You weren't just talking about her, you were talking about the president as well. Six of Swords and the Queen of Cups. If he don't hurry up and figure out how to smooth this over and apologize, he could be looking at being let go for being toxic. Because right now, what some of these people are not realizing, they're not reading the room, they're not catching the vibe. Nikki has slowly but surely become MAGA's media darling. they're going to want to hold him accountable for what he said to their media darling. And they're going to hold his job ransom. It's going to be hard for him to find work because you don't know who all is tied into MAGA. And we're not talking about network execs, we're talking about actual network owners. The devil, Five of Pentacles. Lord, when I tell you people writing these checks that they mouth, they letting their mouth write checks that they ass can't cash because the devil is toxic, maleficent energy, um, being obsessive, hyper focused, and ending up out in the cold because of things that you may have done that are considered toxic, allegedly. Yeah, Two of Wands. You made a decision to go against a woman that goes with God. Also, you see how docile this lion is with the maiden? That's literally how Trump is with Nikki. Y'all saw how he interacted with her? He's ferocious with everybody else. He literally was like a little kitty cat with her. He just melted. Now they over there juggling. He's going to try to defend himself and stand up for what he said. But in the long run, it's like, oh, Lord, what do I do from here? I tell you, this is going to be the year people going to learn to watch their mouth. Ace of Pentacles, this is your contract. Eight of Cups, walking away. He's got a huge contract on the table that's supposed to be coming very, very soon, possibly by this summer. Whoever that network is that has that huge contract from him, he's going to be sick if they walk away from the table and leave him with no contract. Yeah, Page of Coins represents a new job, contracts, negotiation, and agreement. Y'all, his show is in contracts and agreement. Like it's another contract on the table. Said nice t-shirt. Thank you. Yeah, it's another contract on the table, y'all. It's a big contract too. Said they're saying Zachary weird ass got a cease and desist from Nikki because he been quiet. Now he was talking crazy about her today. I want to say he uploaded maybe an hour or so before I came online. Hold on, let's see if we can still find him. Let's see if we can still find him. Hold on. Zachary, where you at? No, I don't want no trial. Here we go, Zach. Yeah, 5 hours ago. Nicki Minaj is officially trash. He just uploaded today. Said I saw something about it on Millie's Discord. He may have just got it. He may have just got it. So you could be completely correct. But that just went up today. So shout out to you for letting me know that, because I believe it was on Twitch before they start blacking out my comments. I told y'all that he would be getting paperwork, that he would end up being looked at and could be facing legal action for how he speaks on Nikki if he pushes it too far. So, if it's not into fruition, it's something that could come about in the future. But he definitely just uploaded on her. So what's crazy is the news outlets reporting on Nikki and Trump is confusing her songs and lyrics with Bill Tears. First of all, that can't do nothing but help that tour that might be on crutches allegedly, because Lord knows it starts in less than 2 weeks, and it's still. I don't know. I don't know what that tour need. I feel like she should have waited and pushed it back to the summer and rehearsed from the winter all the way up until she went on tour. That's just my opinion. So I think that lady was being sarcastic. I watched it entirely. Possibly. I mean, at this point, everybody's trolling, so I could believe it. But y'all, that tour is going to get some really weird reviews. It's going to be some sour complaints. People are going to be mad. You're going to have barbs that are going to show up, and they're going to show, oh, look at where I'm sitting. There's no one for miles. And then you're going to have the diehard fans from like, oh my God, I couldn't wait to see her. But there's going to be like a huge divide. People are going to talk about the quality. They're going to talk about the costumes. They're going to talk about the performance. They're going to talk about her breath control. Just remember, I'm telling you this. All these things are going to be key parts of the discussion when it comes to talking about her show. I've been hearing that Atlantic is allegedly buying the tickets for the show. They still haven't sold out with them buying tickets, if that's what's happening, which is a horrible sign. I don't know if she's waiting for people to get their tax money and buy tickets, but people are being way more conscious with what they're doing with their money right now. Everybody's nervous. So I don't know who's gonna spend that extra money from that stimmy to go buy those tickets. Now, me personally, I don't care who's performing. You only did what? A rehearsal and a half. I'm not giving you my money for a rehearsal and a half. I need to see you do 3 or 4 shows. And those 3 or 4 shows, people say, oh my God, it was phenomenal. No, you did one rehearsal. You showed us footage from that one rehearsal. You did this whole Dream Girls. That is not worth no $400 or $500. You're not getting it. Not from me. Does she even have an opening act? I haven't heard of one. I haven't heard of one. Said she rehearsed for one weekend and then went on live and said she was ready to go home. Yeah, talking about I gotta learn all these dance steps. I said that's what happens with a performance. Like, Said the Shade Room deleted the post about Jay and the Epps files. Isn't that about nothing? Who called them and said, take this down? And why would you take this down when they're going down? This is about to be one of the biggest news stories in history. Get your money, Kyle. I should be, go over there, be nosy and see. Lord. Who have mercy. Yeah, betrayal. Gonna happen fast. Falling right under the Hierophant, the president. Hold on. Who? Okay, so it looked like it's still up. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Did I misspeak? Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. I don't see it. I see it in my DMs, but I come over here to look. Ah, no music, no music. Oh, hold on. So I'm looking at it, but when I go to their page, I'm seeing the comments. Cash Flow Harlem, you might want to chill out. Talking about Jay didn't have anywhere near the status to be in those circles. You don't know what he was doing. Thank you for the update. They did remove the Shade Room and the Neighborhood Talk. Would you look at that? So two of the four who posted it are no longer posting it. I had to go back over to the page to look on the page, not the link that's in my DMs. Because if I click on the link that's in my DMs, I can still see it. If I go over to their page, it's not there, which means they privatized it. They didn't delete it, they privatized it. Because if you just go straight to the page, you don't see it. But if you have the link already, you can read it. Oh my gosh. Would you look at that? That's weird. Well, shout out to T with Tia and Milagro for still having theirs up. I don't think Jason Lee gonna take his down either. Baby. So Rockefeller was formed in 94. He was already a part of the industry. Yes. That's why I said Cash Flow Harlem might want to chill out. Because also in 1996, wasn't the camel supposed to be a undocumented pharmaceutical rep, allegedly? Wasn't that the story that he told us that that's what he was doing? So if he was in the industry and he was an undocumented pharmaceutical rep, there's no telling what circles he was in because pharmaceutical reps are in all the circles. Who's not happy to see the pharmaceutical rep? Right, his first album debuted in 96, but we don't know how long it took him to actually create that album. And by that time, according to him in D Haven, he had already been in the game for a few years, like starting in the early 90s, right behind, said his ex is down. I want to say right behind him working with Jaz-O on Hawaiian Sophie. Okay, so it says the album was written from 94 to 96, which means he was making his rounds in the industry. And by it being created from 94 to 96, we got to think about when was he making the money to pay for the studio time and all of what entails putting that album together. Right, in the 80s. 80s to early 90s. Because Hawaiian Sophie was what? The very beginning of the 90s. And he used to carry Jaz-O crates. And this was also around the time when he was, buddy buddy. Well, I won't say buddy buddy. He was trying to get up under Nas. Because by the time Nas popped off, that was like what, his third album? Nas was still in the projects, like 3 albums in. Right. He had his own record label in 94. Right. Yes, Jay is in the files. According to what I've been sent, he's on page 95, allegedly. And allegedly, his lawyer is possibly named in some things too. 10 of Wands, y'all. 3 of Pentacles. Everybody about to go down for whoever they collaborated and worked with. Lemon Squeezy, Easy Peasy, the Camel, everybody said, nah, there are 95 pages with his name. Oh, hell. Correction. So his name is not on page 95. It's 95 pages that mention him. Well, sheesh. That's way worse. That sounds like one of them old school book reports from college. Almost 100 pages. Ew. Man, sounds so much better. It was just 1 page. I just apparently I just put him on the last page. He had so many more. You said your shirt is perfect for tonight. Oh my gosh. Y'all, let me change the deck. Let me change the deck. Cause I want to see how Joanne is feeling right now. Woo. What's that song she got? Resentment? Mm. Sounds about accurate right now. What deck do I want to use for you? Hold on. Lord have mercy. What deck do I want to use? I had to reorganize my decks, y'all. They've been all over the place ever since my house got painted. And it's certain decks that I usually use that I can't even see right now. Oh well. We gonna go with Miss Cleo. Call me now. Ooh, baby. Lord have mercy. I don't even know how the song Resentment go, but I just figure that's what she going through right now. How does Joanne feel right about now? How does Joanne feel right about now? Three of coins. This is that we in this together card. We all in. Exposed together. The sun. Oh, Lord. The Hermit. The Hermit is the sign and the card of the Virgo. The Empress. Lord. So three of coins. That's relationship, contract, negotiation and agreement, collaboration, the marriage. She wants out of the marriage. Baby, it's too late. The Devil, obsessing, worried about how things are going to balance out. Justice. Damn. For those of y'all who've had readings with me, y'all know I can't play music on here. Damn it. We were on Twitch. That song she had, Freedom. I keep hearing the chorus in my head. It's almost like it's a sound bite. And it's the independent woman. She wants out. She wants to be by herself due to these possible alleged secrets. And I just keep hearing that same part, that freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, let me free. Yeah, she want out. She want out. Oh Lord. Yeah. This is already taking a sad turn. Those of y'all that's in tarot class, how is the balance gonna be met? Now, I don't want to say that, but I've already seen it and I already told y'all it was coming. The Empress, Five of Cups, public shame, humiliation, and regret. Those cups are spilled. The only two left are this relationship. There's no way of fixing this. The Sun and the Eight of Coins. We're going to find out the truth about what's really happening behind the velvet curtain, the velvet rope for work with the lovers, and also due to the lover, which represents Gemini. Oh, Lord, Donald Trump about to really drag y'all to and through. But I told y'all that he was going to go down under Trump's regime. Feels foolish for jumping into this marriage for stability. King of Coins. Feels like she was told to go into this marriage and collaborate with him because he was the wealthy man. But Queen of Swords, somebody told her the truth about him. She was warned. Yeah, sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. A dream could be either or. She juggles with what to do. And he's always, juggled this marriage. So there was never this marriage, I gotta say allegedly, was never about fidelity because it was never there. Um, Look at who they invested in and look at how that investment is turned look like bricks on their shoulders. Now, who was in here when I did the pink out? Y'all remember when I told y'all they were obsessed with getting her to drop her album to compete with Nicki, but it wasn't going to matter? Y'all remember whoever was in here? I told y'all that something was gonna blow up in her face before Nicki's album dropped, and it wasn't going to matter. She wasn't going to compete the way people thought she was going to. Here it is. Yeah, when I tell you, like I give the messages, but sometimes the message is beyond my total scope of understanding. I still have to watch it from a human pair of eyes like you all do. So I understand it when they give it to me, but it's times where I see it play out and it's like, oh, that's so much bigger than what I thought. This is sad. Look, y'all. And see, she can't go independent because she'll be Five of Pentacles. The money dried up. And it's not just that their money dried up. Nine of Pentacles to Five of Pentacles, that's somebody cut off your water. That's possibly froze your accounts to keep you from being able to take that family vacation that I told y'all that they wanted to take. This is about to be one of the most shameful, public falling from grace that we have ever seen. This is going to show people that you do not put people on pedestals. Make no woman or man your God. Turn no person into an idol because you are going to see the difference between God, the gods that rule under him in the different religions, and people. There is a huge difference. This is why we are never supposed to make gods of men. Four of Swords falls right on top of the Emperor and the Magician. Y'all, if you've been here with me for a while, I told y'all a long time ago, one will be judged by man, the other will be judged by God. But them as the power, the superpower as we know it, will be laid to rest. He will perish financially, legally, publicly, because he sees himself as a God. So God will destroy him before men, which will be worse than losing his life force. She, on the other hand, has to answer directly to God. I was meditating, praying, and I said, well, why does she have to go before God? The answer that I was given is because she knew me, he knew me not. He has never believed in the Most High. She did. She wants to find a way to move forward and leave the Two of Cups. And she thought that she had time to leave before the exposure, but the exposure came before she could leave, and it brought nothing but regret, public shame, humiliation. See, this is what happens when folks get greedy. She was trying to take as much as she could on the way out the door because if she went independent, she was going to go broke. She valued earthly wealth over saving her soul and is losing both. Unfortunately for her, there was only one right answer to this question. She failed. Still thought she could manifest by manipulating. All I got to do is just keep working, keep working, keep working. Come up with new businesses. That'll keep me stable. The Hierophant represents institutions, the highest judge of the land or the highest judge of them all, God Himself. Now pay attention. These are two that have to go before the Hierophant. One will be judged before man, the other one will be judged before God, but both will be judged by Hierophant energy. For their corruption, Seven of Swords, things that were done in the dark. Trickster energy. Here comes the law. right when they thought that they had the opportunity to go abroad and avoid this. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they got on the first thing smoking today and left as soon as the news came out. I wouldn't be surprised. Heartbroken, try to do whatever she can to go. Just get out the way. Trying to get out the way before law enforcement comes to possibly pick them up. Trying to go in a new direction. Damn, the tower. Nowhere to go. Nothing you can do. Said in Billboard just gave Jay and Deseret Power 100 award last night. Now look. Wow. No, this ain't gonna affect the Super Bowl, baby. The Super Bowl is locked in. See, they've already hired who they're gonna hire. He's already been paid. The sponsors can't pull out at this point because Super Bowl is literally in like a week and a half. If not even that long. Like Super Bowl is next Sunday. Yeah. She thought he was her wish fulfillment. Nine of Cups, King of Staffs. She lost everything following her wish fulfillment. See, she turned a man into her God. She turned from God and turned a man into her God. And that was her tower. Foolish mistake. The Lovers and the Chariot. Sounds like they about to go on that On the Run tour, allegedly. So, interesting enough, they could have been, when we saw this already, asking for wealthy people to assist them. And now they could be trying to, reach out to help for people to help them defend themselves against this. If they end up with a new set of lawyers, do not be surprised. But it's going to cost them more than what they can pay. Because y'all, these cases are about to start coming down like rain. It don't matter when Act 3 is released. It need to be called the final curtain call. It ain't it ain't gonna drop and get people out of this energy. They're still being investigated for alleged casino bid bribery. That investigation is not closed. You still got the case with Jay-Z and Block and Cash App. You got Hennessy Shandon talking about they want to sell her liquor. They want to sell the whole brand. I knew when I saw that, I said, what the hell is about to hit the fan? They talking about they want to sell her liquor. Right, the lawsuit with Live Nation. Wait a minute. The card's trying to escape. Dr. Little, is that you? Yeah, in these cases with Meg, baby, that Emilio case, have mercy. It said, like Nikki said, insane. Yeah, hot potato. They trying to escape. Past has come back to hunt you. Six of Cups. And you see how that sun is coming out? Remember when I told you it's like they trying to outrun the sun? Thank you, Daphne. That's not Polly says you my rock. Y'all gonna leave the damn bird alone. Not my mama bird. Ooh, Lord. And it's more to come with the other half of that peanut butter and jelly sandwich, the King of Cups. Y'all, they about to be caught in between Epsy and Diddy Bop. Do I think Pusha T will end up in court? I think everybody gonna end up in damn court. Yeah, Nikki said 36 months and the clock has started. It was for way more than people thought. I'll tell you that much. So what hit the fan, I remember you talking about yesterday, was them wanting to cut ties with Jolene. Yes, yes. Moet Hennessy Shandon wants to sell Sir Davis. And I told y'all, if they're trying to outright sell her company, they know something's about to come out. Now today, we find out that the Epsy file has 95 pages of her husband's information. You know, if he's on there, she ain't too far from. They had already suspended his brand with Ace of Spades. I already told y'all with Tory, February to March. Hold on to your chin strap. Hold on to your chin strap. Make sure your wig is adjusted. God is lining some people up real nice and proper, like. I just told y'all the analogy. I told y'all is Tori is preparing to come home. Here's Tori, and here's the person who was behind putting them in there, and they're going to be crossing each other just like this. Yeah, I like that one. Epson sought is international and government. That means military counts. That's right. That's right. And I told y'all this had the propensity of going global and getting off into that territory with Interpol. Says she's mentioned apparently his associates love her. Oh, Lord. Um, I saw that when I was pulling his cards. It was a Ace of Pentacles with a Princess of Wands and an Ace of Wands, which means that she may have been used to help close deals, allegedly. And it feels like more money was made in closing than in possible entertaining. Said sadly, Rihanna is mentioned. They have screenshots with call logs and strange messages about her and a redacted video. She showed up in the last set of cards as the Princess of Cups. So remember, I told y'all they're going to look at his clients, everybody that he hired, especially the young girls. We're going to look at tours, performances, so called cocktail parties, and things of that nature. I want y'all to go back to that first album, and then I want y'all to go to Nikki's Bigfoot. Okay? I want y'all, here go y'all homework for tonight. And then you're going to find out how ingenious Nikki really is. Hold on. We're going to go back to the Reasonable Doubt album. Reasonable Doubt. Okay. The song is number 12, Cashmere Thoughts. Go to number 12, Cashmere Thoughts. Listen to Cashmere Thoughts. And then go to Bigfoot. Okay? Go to Cashmere Thoughts and then go to Bigfoot and then tell me what you get. Because I told y'all that that song was a warning. It was a dog whistle. She wasn't necessarily talking to Bigfoot. She was talking over her head. Bigfoot thought it was all about her. Nikki was talking to him and letting him know, you better come get her before I tell everybody about what Bigfoot may actually allegedly do. One of the most popular lines in Nikki's Bigfoot comes from Cashmere Thoughts. Hold on, let me read this to you because I want y'all to understand where I'm coming from. You gotta go all the way to the end of the song. He says, I pimp hard on a trick. Look, fuck it if your leg broke, bitch. Hop up on your good foot. I know this is gonna be backwards, but I want y'all to see that. I wish I could turn the camera around so y'all could see that. The last two bars. I pimp hard on a trick. Look, fuck if your leg broke, bitch. Hop up on your good foot. Nikki flipped that, took that, and put it into Bigfoot and used his line against him to drag Megan and to possibly allegedly tell you about her time in traffic. Now, one thing I know my bars. When I heard what Nikki did, I said, oh my God, she's talking over her head. This ain't even to her. She went through her to him. Now, hold on. Okay, so let me go to Nikki. When she said Bigfoot, but you're still a small fry, that was, referencing her and Kelsey. She said, bad bitch, she like 6 foot. I call her Bigfoot. Tell that bitch. It said the bitch fell off. I said, get up on your good foot. That line right there, she took from Jay, Cashmere Thoughts, number 12. So they thought imaginary player was going to do something. Barney's being used. Yes. So Bigfoot went over a lot of people's head. You got to know your hip hop. You got to know golden era hip hop to understand what Nicki did. I come out of the golden era. If you don't know golden era hip hop, you will not understand Nicki because Nicki marries the golden era into all of these other different eras in hip hop. See, Megan, without her mother's help, in my opinion, is at 10%. Said the Megan's Law Bar hits different today. Yes, it does, don't it? Don't it? Now, y'all listen to Cashmere Thoughts, number 12, and then listen to Bigfoot and pay very close attention and see if you can catch what Nicki really saying. Said her pen game is dangerous. She's up there with Nas and Pac for me. Yeah. And see, you gotta to catch Nicki, you gotta know real hip hop. You gotta be able to break down double and quadruple entendres. You have to be, intelligent, worldly. You have to be a reader. Like you go back to Band from NO and you listen to some of those bars in Band from NO, and I just literally cackle. The successful ones, I definitely believe Johnson Queen. I definitely believe the two first projects, the ones that I like the best, Make It Hot and Tina Snow. I feel like Holly's pen was all across those projects. When she got to the next one, it started to slow down. Captain Hook, it was like, okay, okay. And then she got to Good News. And it's like, girl, what is this? I didn't even listen to Trauma Zine. You weren't gonna make me listen to nothing that start off with trauma and zine in it, because I don't want it. Everything from Good News on out has been like, I'll pass. But see, that's because her mother passed away after Tina Snow. That's in my opinion, that's why it switched up. That's why it switched up big time. And you said that was bad news. I sat there and I was confused. I said, girl, what is this? What is this? Like, were these like cutting room floor songs and you just trying to just throw out anything to get rid of Carl? Like, I thought that, and then Traumazine came. And I said, now, didn't you get rid of Carl? Why you just keep doing this? So even in Tori's Daystar and Peterson, I feel like he was going after Jay. I peeped it. Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time. Absolutely. And Jay couldn't handle a back and forth with Tori, just like he couldn't handle being on Monster with Nikki. The way Nikki chewed them up on Monster should be studied. It ain't too many females that can go back and forth with a Nikki. You gotta have somebody like Snow the Product or like a Jean Grey. None of these regular chicks, and I'm gonna say more so Snow the Product. None of these industry chicks, like mainstream industry chicks, for what? Ball them up, throw them away. They can't touch her, can't do nothing with her. You need somebody like a Snow the Product. Period. Say you think Tory knew Jay was, we'll say, ushering Megan traffic. I'm not going to say that he knew that. Um, I will say that, in my spiritual opinion, that's the real reason why they don't want him out of jail, because of what could have allegedly been happening at that house. And they needed to keep that covered because so much more was attached to the people who are at that house. And he just happened to be collateral damage to keep things under wraps. It wasn't about protecting her. They could give a damn less about her. It's a bigger picture here that they don't want us to see. And that picture could be very much like those FOs, okay? Allegedly. I don't think he knew what he walked into. I don't think he understood what he walked into fully. I think things unfolded afterwards and he's still learning. He knows a lot, but there's so much more that he's still learning. And he knows way more than they want him to know. And they're scared because if he comes out with what it is that he already knows, it's curtains. Funny thing is, it's coming out anyway without him even coming out, and it's going to be the runway that's going to destabilize the people who have him in there, and it's going to help him to come out. So just know God is taking out the trash and he ain't missed not one spot. People thought that they got away with things. Now they're figuring out they just got by. That's it. Nobody got away with anything. They just got by. So I think he really don't understand how much he knows. Said, because remember the welcome to the Puss Palace, Kylie Jenner is in traffic too. We have to say allegedly, but ask yourself the question, why do we still not know who the guests were at that house? Why was there not a guest list? Why were the guests not subpoenaed to come to court and witness to what could have happened at that house? Where did everybody go when those two left and they claimed that the house was empty and it was just Kylie and Tory in the hot tub? Did everybody leave or did people go to possible rooms? It's 5 years later, and outside of the people that EJ told us about that don't drink, we don't know any other people that were there at that event. And even out of who he told us was there, those people have not been brought before the court. What type of situation is that? Is that why was Odell there? Question is, how long has Kim been dating Odell? Because out of nowhere, those two just happened to start canoodling. No, Brianna, that's a heavy hitting question. Is Corey CIA? We don't know if Kim was there. All we know is we were told that only three people weren't drinking: EJ, Odell, and a white football player that accompanied Odell. They were the only people who were not drinking. Outside of that, we don't know who was there. We don't know if Alice in Wonderland was there. We don't know if the gingerbread man was there. Why, in such a case this polarizing, are we not talking about that guest list? And why hasn't anyone on that guest list come forward to talk about Megan's behavior that night? Because They said that she was behaving very strangely. She was laughing at all types of irregular things and nothing was funny, which to me sound like she may have started to have, some type of crisis, because they said she was just out of nowhere, just at the pool, rocking and laughing. They said she was doing that again in the car. Now, usually when you see people doing that, they could be having a mental health crisis. Why are we not hearing more about what her whole energy was like before they were sent up out of there? Because if it wasn't for EJ, we wouldn't have that information. EJ let us know that he kept trying to contact her manager, T. Ferris. T. Ferris wouldn't return any correspondence. We know that by EJ, she was being possibly disrespectful towards Kylie, shading her in her own home. This is why he wanted to pack up all of their belongings and get them out of there, because she was talking to that lady real reckless in her own house. So it wasn't Beyonce rocking back and forth at a basketball game years ago. Yes, she was. Hello, Tyrone. So we saw that on the live that night. Thank you for the rose, Tyrone. So it's a lot of questions that need to be answered about her demeanor, about why EJ felt that it was, something that needed to happen immediately to get her out of there. We got to remember Kelsey was literally in the bed, probably face down, sleep, snoring. She didn't know any of this was going on. She didn't even know that Tori was there until after she was woken up to get her stuff together to leave. Y'all, so much is about to come out. And I'm telling y'all, get your chin strapped together. Make sure your wig is on tight, because February and March are going to come in hot like fire. See, Kelsey was passed out in the pool and could have drowned. Yes, he went and got her off the floaty in the pool and he took her and had her to go lay down. Now, was that from drinking or was that from being altered in some other type of way? We don't know. As far as we know, there were no toxicology reports available for anybody. We don't even know what the toxicology said for Megan, which she should have been the one that definitely had paperwork on toxicology because she was treated at the hospital. Everybody else, breathalyzers. Why don't we know the BAC of everybody who went to jail? Do y'all realize that was never discussed? Nobody talks about what the blood alcohol level was for Kelsey or Tori. Nobody. Said, right, with Tori ain't got a DUI charge. Well, they can't give him a DUI because he wasn't driving. But because there was a physical altercation of some kind that could have possibly kicked off due to people being inebriated, we should have known what everybody's blood intake was. Well, blood alcohol intake was, whatever the count was. There wasn't anything as far as what we know. It hasn't been released. They said they had bottles on bottles. That should have been the first sign. Yeah, that should have been the first thing tested. Right. We find out once again from EJ that it was like maybe 8 or 9 people that were drinking, and from 1:30 in the afternoon to 4:30 in the afternoon they had consumed anywhere from 5 to 6 bottles of liquor. Now we don't know if those were fifths or liters. Either way it goes, that's a hell of a lot of liquor with no food in anybody's system. Drinking, drinking, drinking. Then on top of that, we don't know who consumed the majority of the liquor. We weren't told anybody else passed out on the floaty. We weren't told that anybody else had to be laid down. We just found out that this part of the situation was inebriated. We don't know about all the rest of the people at the house because right now they're like Casper the Ghost. We don't know who they are. Said Megan was tore up with all that liquor. But I want y'all to pay attention to something. Tore up or not, did you pay attention to how she conversed with the police? She started off seeming like she didn't know what was going on. She didn't know where she was at. And then she was able to compose herself and speak quite well. Are we going to jail? I can't have that on my image. Were you shot? No, I stepped on glass. Where did it happen? Where we just left? What do you mean where you just left? We didn't see any glass or any signs of you getting cut out in the street where the alleged altercation that wasn't an altercation happened, where y'all claim y'all just bumped into each other, but nails and hair and stuff fell all off in the street. There was no indicators that she cut her foot there. So in my mind, where we just left meant she actually cut her foot, in my opinion, at Kylie's house. That explains why she had towels in the back seat of that truck, because she left Kylie's house with a towel from the poolside area because she cut her foot at Kylie's house. No police went back to Kylie's house because they weren't told that anything popped off there. So I'm going to stick with the idea that she hurt her foot, possibly cutting up at Kylie's house, broke some glass or something at Kylie's house when they got put out. That second time they went back when she went to go get that slide, and she had to get that towel and get out. And that's when that foot actually got injured or possibly re injured. Because had she been cut or injured severely where they had that imaginary altercation that they claimed didn't happen, there would have been more blood in that street, and we would have saw footprints in that street from her foot leaking at that area in front of those houses. Now, if she did not cut herself at Kylie's house, or let's say she cut herself and then she made it worse when she stepped on that damn bottle, y'all. So the question is not if she got cut, but how many times did you hurt your foot in a short amount of time? Because we saw you get out that truck, stand on that bottle, put your full weight on that empty liquor bottle, broke that bottle standing on it. How many times did you hurt your foot in a short amount of time and didn't feel anything because you could have possibly been sky high? Because if you look at the way that foot was stitched up, baby, it looked like they tried to sew up an old Corinthian leather couch. And that did not look like a fresh wound. It looked like a wound that had been re injured, re-punctured, reopened, and possibly extended. That is not how they close GSWs. Would you say those hooves are invincible? Baby, it put a new spin on a tough piece of leather well put together, don't it? That's them damn yabba dabba do ass Flintstone feet. I told you she had the feet of Nephilim. Y'all thought I was joking. Those are Nephilim feet. They can take any type of damn pressure. But the truth is coming out. Y'all don't remember me saying that those are Nephilim feet? I told y'all those feet don't look like the foot from the x-ray. The foot from the x-ray, in my opinion, look like it could be on OnlyFans. It's cute. You know, you show them little toes, somebody pay your rent. Her feet look like she was working with John Henry on the railroad all the live long days. That John Henry ass foot is not that foot that I saw in that x-ray. Ain't no way in the hell. I got on 4 eyes. You ain't gonna lie to me. Mm-mm. No, ma'am, no, sir. I know some brick breakers when I see it. She got them damn Street Fighter feet. Can kick your ass through 3 concrete walls. Those are not the feet that was on that X-ray. I'm standing by what I said. And how the foot on the X-ray is like the size of my foot. It's little and it has 0 bunions. How did you take your bunions off, get an x-ray, and then the x-ray is over and you put your bunions back on? I didn't know they had detachable bunions. Never seen that before. Mm-mm. No, ma'am, no, sir. Who get an x-ray and the x-ray does not show a bunion in the contrast? It is impossible. It is impossible. Bunions are made of that same hard material as the rest of the bone that shows up in the contrast. How do you have magical bunions? Now they're here, now they're not. What? Would you say draw them on like scissors freckles? Oh, so that's how she climbs skyscrapers, Angel. Listen, I would put her feet up against any Billy Goat Gruff ever. See, she ain't got to worry about being able to be in the crevices like the goat. All she got to do is kick the mountain, and it's going to rumble and fall down, and here go a pair of steps. Those feet went through all types of damn trauma that night. How many times did she hurt her foot? That's all I want to know. And how did it heal to the point to where you could go straight on down to the titty bar in flip-flops, and you and Asian the brat in the strip club looking like 2 handy-capable damn thoughts? Okay, she got her arm in a sling. You got your foot with 75 band-aids. Y'all both down to the strip club, getting all the strip club dirt in your damn foot. Then you're in the pool. Like, I don't think chlorine is supposed to go in any type of wound. Glass wound, GSW wounds, but you're in the pool. And then you end up at DJ Khaled house twerking as if that foot don't still hurt. Do y'all realize how many nerve endings are in your foot? And then you hyperextend the plantar side of your foot, and all of those nerves pull all the way up to the knee. You can't hit your pinky toe on the side of your bed when you get out the bed and twerk. I guarantee you, next time you hit your foot, coming around one of them sharp ass corners, it, boom, hit your pinky toe and drop down and get your eagle on to see if you can do it. You said, don't forget Blueface. Lord have mercy, that sadly. Sadly, and he just told us multiple occasions afterwards. I promise you, you damn near go blind. You hit your pinky toe. Everything stopped. You ain't moving. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. I have to recalibrate. So you mean to tell me you can get your foot half blown off and still twerk, and none of those nerves that are hyperextended from the plantar side of your foot are going to be affected, and that wound is not going to reopen and start leaking? Yes, she said it was both feet. Yes, he was out there like Yosemite Sam. Dance, bitch, dance. That was her story. I don't know how she was the only person that heard that, but okay. Yes, and not just not hit any bones, you didn't hit any nerve endings. All the thousands of nerve endings in your foot, you missed all of them. Every last one of them. The fragments were polite. They, excuse me. I almost hit you, excuse me. Girl, between 2 feet and your feet look like skis. But we just supposed to believe anything. You can't get hit with a BB gun in the foot. And talking about you still about to go twerk. Mm-mm. Yes, yes, those the shrapnel was very polite. Excuse me. Oh, no, 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 no. Yes, can I get by? Thank you. Not the abominable snow thought. That is freaking hilarious. Said Glorilla says she know about Tori and Meg's truth. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, folks get to drinking, ain't no telling what they tell you and don't remember they said it. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Seem like everybody know but the DA office. So EJ also said that he saw something that in the bag that looked like a pew pew. Yes, he did. He said it was a taser. Now this is where I feel like the lawyer dropped the ball. He should have had him to describe what it looked like, the color, make, and model. Because some tasers have a handle like a pew pew, others are straight up and down. So, did it look like the ones that are issued possibly to law enforcement? So, Tasha K said that Kelsey was drunk in the club saying Megan powed herself. Um, did y'all pay attention to what Tory said when he said Cheddar Bob? Who listened to that interview of Tory from prison when he interviewed with the Canadian streamer and he used the term Cheddar Bob? Were y'all listening? I'm so serious. I'm not joking. Y'all remember what happened to Cheddar Bob, right? Now I've been telling y'all for the longest that the biggest moment in this whole situation is nobody actually did it, but somebody did it. Yes, 8 Mile Cheddar Bob. Felicia, look up Cheddar Bob from 8 Mile. Nisha's giving you a clue right here in the comment. So that's all I'm going to say. Allegedly, nobody did it, but somebody did it. And that's why they thought this case wasn't going to go that far. Because nobody did it, but somebody did it. When y'all find out that nobody did it, and the somebody who did it, y'all gonna be like, ain't this by the bitch? This went this far? This went this far? What did y'all hear in that 911 call? Did you say Plexico? Come on now. What did y'all hear in that 911 call? What did the man say? Megan, no, stop. Who heard that? Go back and listen to it. The security camera that was that they had playing, where we could hear the shots go off, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2 in between. Listen to what the man was yelling out. Now, y'all, listen. I give Kelsey her props. It's not every day you get into it with a Yeti and live to tell the story. Y'all got to understand. Here's Kelsey, and here's the Yeti. Who expects Kelsey to stand on all 10s against the Yeti? Can y'all imagine? Literally, she like one of the Powerpuff Girls. Just how did she even get up here? I mean, literally, can y'all see this? How do you what's his name? Muggsy Balls. Y'all remember Muggsy? How did she get up here? Damn it. You mean to tell me you this big and she only was missing a little hair, had a couple scratches, and her chain was snatched off? That's it? You big for nothing. Hell, you get into it with a chihuahua. Built like a Saint Bernard. You done got into it with a chihuahua and the chihuahua is still standing. I need somebody to finally come out with the video of this altercation, because Kelsey should have been in way worse condition. Said it was a 2 versus 1, Kelsey versus her and the baby. How? Allegedly. Oh, oh my word. Oh, my word. I'm just getting my voice back. Why would you do that to me? Well, sheesh. If there was a baby, allegedly, Kelsey and the baby about the same size. Ooh, Damn. I could just imagine what that fight looked like from Sean Kelly windowsill. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of a miniature thought. Like, damn. Like, can you imagine what that looked like in the street? I know it was hard for him to make it out because Kelsey about this size. So imagine Pac-Man and the little dots. It's hard to see them little dots in the dark. Said people have seen the video. I've heard. I was one of the first to say that there was a alleged video. Shout out to Moniece, because Moniece was the first to confirm what I saw in the cards. And then Whack 100 came along, and somehow me and him were trending in the same algorithm. Like, how did that happen? Yeah, Moniece Slider said Henny had her hair. And I think that's the only advantage that she had. She had her, swinging her around, and Kelsey got fine hair. So you got fine hair, it don't take much to rip out fine hair. So I want to see the footage of them leaving Kylie's house. I would love to see the footage of them leaving Kylie's house. Lord, can you just imagine? Like Tori, just like to just come on, bring your ass. And like that, y'all, ooh. I know it looked nothing like that anime where she showed the both of them supposedly arguing in the vehicle and she get in and just sitting there just looking like somebody y'all know. Ooh, mercy. Lord have mercy when the truth come out. I can't wait. But I pay attention to as much as I possibly can. And when Tori said Cheddar Bob, I literally was tickled. I said, that sound about right. Nobody did it, but somebody did it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The baby like, damn, you gonna let her whoop you like that. Austin, I'm not playing with you. Said I know the Jenner house got cameras all through there. Any wealthy house of that stature got cameras in every possible angle. They got cameras of everything that transpired that evening, if with audio. Not just the cameras, but audio. Ask yourself why nobody subpoenaed anything from over there. Way bigger picture that need to be covered up. But y'all, I'm gonna get off of here because I gotta be up in the morning to go and do a few things and knock out this content for tomorrow since I can talk again. I love y'all. Everybody have a good evening. And I think I like this allegedly Fridays coming over here to YouTube. We're gonna keep trying to build up Twitch. I don't know why Twitch keep playing with me like this, but I will be back on Fridays. We gonna see how this work, y'all. Lord have mercy. Get ready, y'all. The spiritual year ends in March. We about to see everything literally ride until the wheels fall off. And baby, by summer, oh, imagine what's gonna hit in Leo season. This year is going to be catastrophic for the Pebbleites over there at Pebble Nation. Next year is going to be the year Nell is in all of the spiritual, career, and financial coffins. Definitely game over. So y'all have a wonderful evening. I love every last one of you. And just be ready to be in awe. Because remember, for those of y'all been with me, I told y'all that God was going to allow the devil to come back and repo before he got up and came to serve justice himself personally. This is the year that we're going to watch God work. So good night, y'all. I'm about to go and get me some tea and go find what's on the weird side of YouTube for content. Until later. This has been Allegedly Fridays, where all things are said for entertainment purposes only and are alleged, allegedly. Till next time.